You've been told to trust the plan, to stay on track, to always know where you're going. But what if the plan falling apart is the plan? What if every delay, rejection, and wrong turn was never wrong at all? Just life gently guiding you where you truly belong. We spend so much of our lives fighting the unknown, thinking detours mean failure, thinking pause means we're falling behind. But in Buddhism, the path isn't straight. It bends, it twists, it disappears into fog. And yet, every step, even the painful ones, leads you closer to awakening. The truth is, the universe is not against you. It's teaching you patience, surrender, faith. The missed call, the breakup, the dream that didn't happen, they're not punishments, they're redirections, they're protection. Tonight, as you listen, something will shift inside you. The chaos will soften. The need to control will fade. You'll start to see the beauty in uncertainty, the wisdom in waiting, the grace in letting go. Because trusting life isn't about knowing the destination. It's about walking even when you can't see the map. It's about believing that every detour still leads home. This isn't just another story. It's a mirror, a reminder that you are exactly where you need to be. So take a breath, let go, and listen closely. The journey has already begun. You're still here. Good. That means something in you is ready to stop running from the unknown and start walking with it. Because the truth is, the detours you once cursed were never mistakes. They were the hands of the universe quietly rearranging your path. The things you called wrong turns were simply the Dharma unfolding in ways your mind couldn't yet understand. You were never off the road. You were just being rerouted toward the version of yourself that was waiting ahead. Life doesn't move in straight lines. It spirals, it folds, it loops back on itself. You think you're going backward, but what's really happening is refinement. Each delay, each heartbreak, each door that closes is an invitation to see deeper, to understand that what you call a setback is the Dharma whispering, "Not this way, not yet." In Buddhist teaching, this isn't punishment. It's compassion in disguise. Karma doesn't send you where you want to go. It sends you where you need to grow. When you begin to trust that every detour carries its own wisdom, peace replaces frustration. You start to notice that the universe is far more intelligent than your plans. Think of the times something didn't work out, and months later you said, "Thank God it didn't." That is karma rewriting your route with invisible ink. You can't see it as it happens because you're inside the sentence being written. But one day you'll read your life backward and realize how perfectly everything was arranged. Karma isn't some external judge keeping score. It's the natural rhythm of cause and effect. What you plant through your actions, words, and even silent thoughts eventually blooms, though not always in the soil you expect. You might plant seeds of love and harvest lessons of loss, but that doesn't mean love failed. It means the ground had to be cleared first. The detour is the Dharma's way of preparing the field before the true crop can grow. The Buddha once said, "Nothing ever happens to you, it happens for you." That is not a metaphor, it's a cosmic truth. The delay in your plans, it's life saying, "You're not ready for what you're asking for." The job you didn't get? There's a different purpose waiting. The person who left? your karma with them has completed its lesson. When you learn to view your life through this lens, suffering begins to lose its grip. You start to understand that every obstacle is a teacher wearing a disguise. There's an old Buddhist parable about a farmer whose horse ran away. His neighbors said, "What bad luck." But the farmer simply said, "Maybe." The next day, the horse returned with 3 wild ones. "What good luck," they said. "Maybe," replied the farmer. Then his son broke his leg while taming one of them. "Terrible luck," they said. Again, "Maybe." A week later, soldiers came to recruit young men for war, but passed his injured son. "What good fortune," they said. The farmer smiled and said once more, "Maybe." The point isn't about luck, it's about perception. We never see the whole picture. What looks like misfortune may be the very thing protecting us. You see, detours are not interruptions, they're alignments. The only reason they feel like suffering is because the ego clings to how it should be. You had a timeline, a destination, an image of how success should look. And when reality doesn't match that picture, you resist. But resistance is just another form of attachment, and attachment is the root of suffering. When you release that grip and allow the flow of events to carry you, you begin to experience freedom, not the kind that depends on outcomes, but the kind that exists within acceptance. The Dharma teaches that everything arises and passes according to conditions. You can't force a flower to bloom before its season, and you can't rush karma. What's meant for you will arrive the moment you are aligned with it, not a second before. The universe isn't testing you, it's timing you. The detour is where the timing refines your vibration, your patience, your understanding. Without it, you wouldn't be ready for what's coming. If you look deeply, you'll realize that what delays you also develops you. The traffic jam builds patience, the rejection strengthens humility, the heartbreak teaches compassion. These are not small lessons, they are the foundation of awakening. Every inconvenience holds a hidden perfection, every disappointment a hidden blessing. To the untrained eye, they look like pain. To the awakened heart, they look like guidance. There's a reason the Buddha called the path the middle way. Life doesn't want you rushing ahead or turning back. It wants you present in the unfolding. When you walk mindfully, each detour becomes sacred ground. You start to realize there was never a wrong road. There were only roads you hadn't yet understood. The Dharma of detours isn't about getting lost. It's about realizing that the road itself is alive, conscious, and purposeful. Sometimes, karma doesn't just redirect your path, it rewrites your definition of what a destination even is. You may think your purpose is to reach a specific goal, but the deeper purpose is who you become while walking toward it. Maybe the relationship didn't last because it wasn't meant to give you happiness. It was meant to teach you how to create happiness within yourself. Maybe the job you lost wasn't a punishment. It was a clearing for you to discover what truly matters. Karma never wastes an experience. It transforms it. In Buddhist psychology, every moment is both the result of the past and the seed of the future. What you experience right now is the sum of infinite causes, and your response to it becomes the cause of infinite results. The detour, then, is not random. It's precision. It's karma adjusting your route based on the vibration you currently hold. The more aware you become, the more harmoniously those routes unfold. Think about the seasons. No tree complains when winter strips it bare. It simply waits, knowing spring will return. Yet humans resist every season of their lives as if the cycle should always be summer. The Dharma of Detours reminds you that even in the coldest winter of your journey, something sacred is germinating beneath the surface. What looks like stillness is preparation. What feels like loss is renewal. You've probably felt that subtle inner pull when something falls apart, the quiet knowing that says, "This had to happen." That's not coincidence. That's your intuition aligning with karma's wisdom. We call it instinct, fate, destiny, but in Buddhism, it's all the same dance of causes and conditions leading you toward balance. The detour doesn't appear to punish your speed, it appears to correct your direction. The great Zen masters often spoke of "don't know mind." It's the state of peace that arises when you stop demanding explanations from life. The more you try to analyze every turn, the more you suffer. But when you surrender into trust, something shifts. You start to see meaning not through reason, but through awareness. Life doesn't need your understanding, it needs your participation. And when you participate with presence, even uncertainty feels sacred. We live in a world obsessed with control. We plan, we predict, we measure progress as if life were a project. But existence laughs softly at our charts and timelines. The path of awakening isn't measured by milestones, it's measured by surrender. You're not being asked to figure everything out. You're being invited to let life unfold through you. The detour is where your plans dissolve and your soul takes the lead. Sometimes, karma has to block your path so you stop running in circles. You may feel stuck, but in truth, you're being anchored long enough for insight to catch up. The universe pauses your momentum so you can finally listen. That silence, that in-between space, it's not emptiness, it's recalibration. It's the Dharma giving you time to align before your next step. You'll know you've entered the Dharma of Detours when peace no longer depends on progress. You'll wake up one day and realize that you're no longer chasing certainty. You've stopped fighting for control. You've started noticing small miracles, like how every closed door kept you from walking into something that wasn't meant for you. You'll see that the road has been guiding you all along, not away from your destiny, but deeper into it. There's a quiet strength that comes from trusting the redirection. It's the same strength that monks cultivate through meditation. Sitting in stillness, they witness thoughts arise and pass, cravings appear and dissolve. They don't chase or resist, they just observe. That same awareness applies to life itself. When you stop grasping at outcomes, you begin to move in harmony with karma's rhythm. And harmony, not control, is where peace resides. At its core, Buddhism teaches that everything is impermanent. What is born will die, what begins will end, and what ends will give birth again. This understanding doesn't make life bleak, it makes it beautiful. Because if everything changes, then every detour is simply another form of transformation. You're not losing your way, you're evolving your way. Look back at the moments that hurt the most. Were they not also the moments that shaped your depth, your compassion, your strength? Pain, in hindsight, becomes the very soil of wisdom. The Dharma of Detours is not about avoiding suffering. It's about transforming it. When you can see your challenges as sacred training, you become unshakable. Life no longer feels hostile. It feels alive, intelligent, trustworthy. The detour is the teacher that doesn't speak, yet says everything. It humbles your ego, slows your pace, and opens your perception. It forces you to look inward and discover the self that doesn't depend on outcomes. That's where freedom lives, not in getting what you want, but in realizing you are whole without it. The river doesn't resist the rocks. It flows around them. Every obstacle becomes part of its song. That's the Dharma of Detours. To turn every obstruction into motion, every delay into direction. You are the river, and life is teaching you how to flow. One day, when you've stopped fighting the current, you'll see that it was carrying you home all along. Trusting the detour isn't blind faith. It's enlightened understanding. It's knowing that the forces moving your life are the same forces that move the stars. You don't have to control them, you only have to align with them. When you live like this, peace no longer depends on things going your way. It comes from knowing that every way leads to awakening. So if you find yourself lost right now, if everything feels uncertain, pause, breathe, look around. The path didn't vanish, it just changed shape. The Dharma is still guiding you, only now it's asking you to see with new eyes. You are not behind. You are being prepared. You are being led through the exact detour that will reveal who you were always meant to become. Because, in the end, there was never a wrong turn, only a divine redirection. The detour was never outside the path. It was the path. And every step, no matter how uncertain, has been leading you home to yourself. Sometimes, the greatest blessings don't come from what enters your life, but from what never does. You won't see fireworks when it happens. You won't hear the sound of destiny changing direction. You'll just feel a quiet pause, a cancelled plan, a missed message, an opportunity that slips away. And though it feels like loss, what's really happening is protection. The universe isn't saying no. It's whispering, not this way. You see, the Dharma doesn't just guide through what it gives. It also teaches through what it withholds. This is the hidden side of karma, the invisible merit of what never happens. The delays you curse, the invitations that vanish, the jobs that disappear just before you sign. These moments hold a kind of grace that doesn't show its face. They save you from futures you weren't meant to live, and you'll rarely know how much they spared you until much later. In Buddhism, merit isn't just what you earn through visible good deeds. It's the subtle energy you build through awareness, patience, and compassion. It's like a quiet light that follows you through time, softening outcomes, redirecting storms before they reach you. Merit doesn't always reward you with gain. Sometimes it protects you through absence, a flight you never take, a meeting that's rescheduled, a door that never opens. These are all forms of unseen blessings, the universe quietly adjusting your path in silence. We often think safety means control, predicting, preventing, managing every possible outcome. But life protects us in far stranger ways. The person who doesn't call back, the friendship that drifts away, the business deal that never happens. These can be karmic shields disguised as disappointments. What doesn't unfold is often the Dharma doing its most compassionate work behind the curtain. Because not everything withheld is a loss. Some things are withheld because your soul asked for peace over progress. Every spiritual path teaches a version of trust, but in Buddhism, it goes deeper. Trust isn't about believing everything will happen. It's about believing that even nothing happening has purpose. There's a story told in the old monasteries about a monk who prayed for enlightenment. Every day he begged the Buddha for a sign. Weeks passed and nothing. One morning he awoke to a feeling of emptiness so vast it frightened him. He wept, believing the gods had abandoned him. But years later, when he finally awakened, he realized that silence itself was the answer. The universe hadn't ignored him. It had been teaching him to listen. When nothing happens, the ego panics. It measures life through results and feels worthless without them. But the Dharma knows stillness as sacred ground. When things don't move, it's not stagnation, it's incubation. The seed doesn't look busy when buried underground, but it's growing all the same. Likewise, what seems like a pause in your life is often the invisible weaving of conditions preparing the next unfolding. You can't see the threads, but they're being pulled in perfect harmony. Invisible merit isn't flashy. It doesn't demand proof. It's the unseen network of causes built through your patience, your good intentions, your restraint. Every time you choose kindness over anger, you create a ripple that shields you later. Every time you walk away from conflict, the universe takes note, not in a moralistic way, but energetically. You lower the vibration of chaos, and in return, chaos lowers its reach toward you. Sometimes the storm never comes, because you've already cleared it through your conduct. Think about all the accidents you almost had, the illnesses that passed you by, the relationships that ended before they broke you. You rarely think of these as blessings because you never see what could have been. But that's the secret. Karma protects quietly. It doesn't send you a message saying, "You just avoided suffering." It simply redirects energy before it reaches your awareness. You never know how much darkness has already been dissolved by the light of your past good choices. In Buddhist teaching, there's a term, apuneya karma, unwholesome karma, and puneya karma, wholesome karma. Wholesome actions generate merit, but merit doesn't always manifest as gain. Sometimes it manifests as the absence of harm. You don't see the car that never crosses your path, the illness that never finds your body, the betrayal that never reaches your heart. These are the hidden fruits of merit, ripening silently in the background of your life. Modern minds struggle with this because we've been trained to see progress as visible results. If it's not measurable, we assume it's meaningless. But in Dharma, the most powerful forces are subtle, invisible, and immeasurable. Gravity doesn't announce itself, yet it holds worlds in place. Karma works the same way. You can't see its protection, but it holds your destiny steady, keeping chaos in balance with your readiness. There's a saying in the Tibetan texts, "The blessings you do not notice are the ones that save your life." It's easy to feel gratitude when things go right, but the higher practice is to feel gratitude when nothing seems to move. When a plan fails, when the phone stays silent, When the world goes still, these are moments to bow inward and say, "Thank you for what I do not yet understand." That simple shift transforms frustration into reverence. You stop demanding reasons and start feeling the quiet hum of unseen grace. Sometimes, a delay is the only reason you're still safe. A minute earlier or later, and your entire path would be different. We call it coincidence, but coincidence is just karma we haven't learned to read. You weren't late for work. You were kept out of harm's way. You weren't ghosted by that person. You were spared a pain that would have derailed your growth. You didn't lose that opportunity. You were being redirected to something that matched your vibration more closely. Every cancellation is a subtle act of compassion if you know how to see it. Invisible merit also expresses through what never reaches completion. Maybe you've worked hard on something and it falls apart at the final step. It feels cruel, but from a karmic view, some things dissolve to prevent the creation of heavier karma. The universe halts the momentum because continuing would have tied you to outcomes that would later cause suffering. The Dharma's wisdom is precise. It intervenes even when you don't approve. This is not failure. It's mercy disguised as disappointment. In meditation, monks often train to see the gap between thoughts, the tiny moment where nothing happens. At first, it feels empty, but that gap is where clarity lives. Life works the same way. Between your effort and your outcome, there's a gap, and that space is filled with invisible merit. When you can rest there without anxiety, you step into the true rhythm of the Dharma. You begin to trust that what's not happening is as sacred as what is. You may have noticed that when you're aligned with your higher path, obstacles feel softer. Things that used to trigger you lose their power. It's not that life became easier, it's that merit has begun to shield your journey. You've created enough harmony that chaos no longer finds resonance with your energy. The world still turns, but you move through it with less friction. This is the subtle protection of karmic balance. It works quietly, removing obstacles before they even appear. There's another form of invisible merit that appears through intuition. Sometimes you just feel a nudge to say no, to stay home, to delay a plan. That gentle resistance isn't laziness, it's wisdom moving through you. When you're connected to your inner awareness, karma doesn't need to send loud messages. It guides you through whispers. Ignoring them leads to chaos. Listening to them keeps you aligned. So the next time something in you says, wait, honor it. That's the Dharma speaking through silence. One of the most profound practices in Buddhism is mudita, the joy in the happiness of others. When you cultivate this genuine goodwill, your heart becomes lighter and your karma softens. You attract less harm because you project less envy, less competition. The blessings you send out ripple back as invisible protection. Life mirrors your inner weather. The clearer your intention, the clearer your path becomes. You may never know which storm passed you by because your heart was kind, but it happens constantly. We often forget that merit is cumulative. The smile you gave a stranger, the time you forgave someone without an apology, the patience you showed when anger would have been easier, all of it builds a field of unseen grace around you. You can't see it, but others can feel it. People describe it as a sense of calm, safety, warmth. That energy changes outcomes. It redirects circumstances without you realizing it. You'll never see the full map of what your goodness prevented, but that's part of the mystery. Protection doesn't need recognition to be real. The mind likes drama. It wants big moments, grand victories, obvious miracles. But the universe often works in whispers. It hides its blessings in plain sight, inside the plans that fall apart, the friendships that fade, the moments that force you to pause. It's easy to mistake this for abandonment, but if you could see the larger picture, the way your path interacts with countless others, you'd realize that each no is part of a much larger yes. Invisible merit also explains why some lives unfold with less visible chaos. It's not luck, it's accumulated alignment. When you move through the world with awareness and compassion, you stop creating friction. Your karma no longer collides violently with others. You start flowing through reality instead of crashing into it. And in that flow, many potential harms simply dissolve before they can manifest. They never make it to the surface because the vibration that would attract them no longer exists within you. There's a saying in Zen: when the student is ready, the teaching appears. When the student resists, the teaching disappears. What this really means is that karma doesn't waste energy. When your consciousness is not ready for certain experiences, life simply doesn't deliver them. The job, the relationship, the event. They vanish not because you're unlucky, but because you're being protected from karmic debt you're not prepared to resolve. It's a pause, not a punishment. Sometimes, what never happens is what defines your freedom. The friendship that didn't betray you, the illness that didn't manifest, the fear that didn't come true, each absence holds quiet significance. The more mindful you become, the more you start noticing these subtle graces. You realize that peace doesn't always arrive through gain, but through prevention. The Buddha taught that enlightenment isn't about adding anything new, it's about removing what causes suffering. Invisible merit does that for you, quietly removing what would harm your path. Over time, the practitioner learns to bless even the void, to see emptiness not as nothingness, but as fullness unexpressed. The still moments of your life, the ones that seem uneventful, are where the most profound shifts occur. They are the intervals where karma balances, where future suffering dissolves unseen. This is why mindfulness is so powerful. When you're present, you participate consciously in that balancing. You feel the quiet machinery of grace working beneath your experiences. It's easy to forget this when life feels uneventful. The mind equates silence with stagnation, but the Dharma teaches otherwise. Beneath still water, currents move. Beneath your quiet days, entire lifetimes of karma are being restructured. You may not see change on the surface, but transformation is occurring deep within. The absence of drama is not boredom, it's evolution. When you start seeing through this lens, your relationship with waiting changes. Delays stop feeling like punishment. You stop asking, "Why is nothing happening?" and start asking, "What is being prepared?" That simple question shifts your vibration from frustration to faith, and in that state, you begin to feel guided even through stillness. Invisible merit also teaches humility. It reminds you that not everything good in your life is earned through conscious effort. Some blessings arise from deeds you've forgotten, acts of kindness from past lives, moments of compassion you barely noticed. Life remembers everything you've ever given. And sometimes it returns your goodness not as wealth or fame, but as peace. That's the quiet reward of spiritual maturity, the joy that doesn't depend on visible gain. The great masters often say that enlightenment feels ordinary. That's because awakening isn't loud, it's subtle. It's the calm in the storm that never came, the gratitude for what never broke you, the serenity in uneventful days. When your heart is clean, life doesn't need to teach you through chaos anymore. The Dharma trusts you enough to guide you gently. If you look deeply, you'll start to notice that your path has been full of invisible protection all along. The people who left before they could hurt you, the offers that vanished before they trapped you, the roads that ended before they turned dark. None of it was random. You were being carried through unseen hands, protected by merit you built through your patience, your kindness, your trust. So the next time life goes quiet and you feel forgotten, remember this. Silence is not neglect. It's the sound of karma balancing in your favor. Nothing happening doesn't mean nothing is working. It means the Dharma is editing your destiny with precision, removing what doesn't serve your awakening. This is the invisible merit, the unseen grace that moves beneath every calm surface. You may never see it, but you can feel it if you listen closely. The peace that arrives for no reason, the safety you can't explain, the way life keeps you from what would break you. These are the quiet blessings of what never happens. And if you can learn to trust that, truly trust it, then even in stillness you will know you are not waiting for life to begin. Life has been protecting you all along. There's a moment after you've done everything you can, after the effort, the planning, the praying, when life goes quiet. Nothing moves, nothing responds, and the silence begins to press against your faith. It's in that strange, suspended space between effort and fruition that trust is truly tested. You've sent out the energy, planted the seed, taken the steps, and now you wait, not knowing if it will ever return. This is the sacred pause, the gap where control dissolves and only surrender remains. The Dharma calls this the space where faith ripens. It's not a punishment, it's the natural rhythm of karma unfolding. Every cause needs time to mature before its effect can appear. The modern mind hates this truth because it's been trained to expect immediacy. We plant and demand fruit the same day. We work, we push, we hustle, and when nothing happens, we assume something went wrong. But karma doesn't respond to impatience. It moves with cosmic precision. It doesn't bloom under pressure. It unfolds under trust. If the previous lesson taught you that unseen blessings protect you through what doesn't happen, this one shows you how faith sustains you through what hasn't happened yet. There's a quiet beauty in that waiting, though it rarely feels beautiful at first. The mind calls it emptiness, failure, uncertainty. But to the heart that has learned to trust, that same silence becomes sacred ground, the field where life prepares the next chapter. You can't rush karma any more than you can rush sunrise. The light appears when the conditions align, not when you demand it. Yet the ego lives in constant resistance to that truth. It confuses effort with entitlement and timing with neglect. When the results don't appear, it panics, questions, and doubts. Why hasn't it happened yet? Becomes the daily mantra of the restless soul. But in Buddhism, that very restlessness is what clouds the ripening of karma. The more you demand proof, the more you delay the unfolding. Faith is not a belief that everything will happen as you wish. It's the peace that remains, even when it doesn't. The space between doing and receiving is not empty. It's alive with unseen activity. It's the silence of a seed beneath the soil. On the surface, nothing seems to move, yet beneath, roots are forming, directions are being decided, and strength is being gathered. The same happens in your life. When you've done your part and all goes quiet, life is not ignoring you. It's organizing itself around your intention. The stillness is not a lack of progress. It's preparation in disguise. There's a profound teaching in the Dhammapada. As rain does not fall on the mountain peak, so blessings do not reach the unsteady mind. In other words, when you constantly shake the soil, the seed cannot grow. The pause between effort and fruition is an invitation to stillness, to let the ground of your mind settle enough for the fruit to take root. That stillness is not passive. It's an act of deep participation in life's rhythm. It's faith as an embodied state, not an idea. Think of all the times in your life when you pushed, worried, and forced outcomes, only to realize later that the best things arrived after you stopped trying so hard. That wasn't coincidence. That was the universe responding to release. The moment you stopped clinging, energy began to flow again. The sacred gap teaches this law over and over. You act, then you let go. The letting go is what makes the action complete. Without it, even the purest effort becomes tangled in attachment. Buddhism often speaks of virya, the energy of right effort. It's not frantic striving, it's sustained, mindful dedication followed by trust. The problem is that modern life glorifies the opposite. We've been conditioned to equate busyness with worth and stillness with failure. Yet, every true growth happens in silence. The caterpillar inside its cocoon, the moon in its dark phase, the heart healing between beats. The universe doesn't rush, yet nothing is left undone. When nothing seems to happen after all your work, you're standing in the exact place where transformation brews. This is where faith becomes something more than a comforting word. It becomes your practice. The Dharma asks you to stay awake in that silence, to resist the urge to fill it with anxiety or distraction. Because in that gap, something profound is forming. Patience. And patience isn't waiting politely. It's the calm understanding that timing has intelligence. Faith in Buddhism isn't blind optimism. It's trust grounded in insight. The insight that everything unfolds through dependent origination, a vast web of causes that must align before results appear. You can't demand the fruit before the rain has fallen, before the sun has ripened the branch, before the roots have drawn nourishment from the earth. Every result you seek is part of a larger symphony of conditions, and that symphony takes time to tune itself. When you understand this, the silence stops feeling cruel. You stop asking, "Why is nothing happening?" and begin to ask, "What is being aligned that I cannot see?" That single question shifts your vibration. You stop fighting the invisible process and start harmonizing with it. The energy of resistance becomes the energy of readiness. That's where faith matures, from belief to embodiment. The gap between effort and fruition also reveals the truth of non-control. You do not make the seed grow. you create the conditions for it to grow. The universe handles the rest. The Buddha taught that attachment to results is one of the deepest forms of suffering because it binds your peace to outcomes beyond your control. When you release that grip, you step into real power, the kind that doesn't depend on external validation. You act because it is right to act, not because it guarantees reward. This kind of trust feels unnatural at first. The ego resists it because it wants to feel productive. Waiting feels like weakness to a mind addicted to motion. But spiritual maturity means learning to find strength in rest. The greatest warriors of consciousness are those who can sit still while everything inside them screams to act. It's not passivity, it's mastery. It's the strength to let life breathe between your exhale and its own response. There's an old Zen saying, "Sitting quietly, doing nothing, spring comes and the grass grows by itself." That's not laziness, it's wisdom. It means that nature, left unhindered, fulfills itself. Your life works the same way. When you release the tension of over-effort, natural order resumes. The right opportunities, the right people, the right timing, all begin to align. You didn't make them appear, you simply stopped interfering with their arrival. In the gap, your inner work continues. You learn the texture of surrender, the flavor of patience, the beauty of uncertainty. You realize that control was never security. It was resistance dressed as strength. The real security comes from knowing that life is trustworthy even when it's quiet. When you reach that realization, your entire nervous system shifts. You stop vibrating with anxiety and start radiating with calm assurance. You don't need signs anymore. You feel aligned without proof. The Buddha described faith, saddha, as a serene confidence born from understanding. It's not a leap into blindness. It's a walk into clarity. The gap between effort and fruition is where this understanding matures. When you can rest in that interval without collapsing into fear, you've crossed from intellectual faith to experiential trust. You no longer believe in karma. You feel its intelligence moving through your life. To experience this fully, notice how your mind behaves in the waiting. Every thought that says nothing's happening is an illusion. Something is always happening. The Dharma doesn't stop functioning just because you can't perceive its rhythm. The same way the moon moves even when hidden by clouds, karma unfolds even when you can't see the pattern. Your job is not to control it, but to stay clear enough to receive it when it arrives. The gap also serves as a mirror, showing you where you place your worth. If you only feel valuable when you're producing or achieving, the silence will feel unbearable. But if you can sit in stillness and still feel complete, you've transcended the trap of conditional self-worth. The pause reveals whether your faith rests in outcomes or in being itself. This is why the masters cherish solitude. It strips away every illusion of control and shows you the raw strength of presence. Think of the rain cloud. It doesn't worry about when it will pour. It simply gathers moisture until the weight becomes too full to hold. Then, naturally, the rain falls. That's the law of fruition. When the cause has matured enough, the effect must appear. Your prayers, your actions, your good intentions, they're all droplets gathering in the unseen. When the moment is ripe, it all releases in perfect timing. Worrying doesn't make it rain sooner. It only clouds your ability to see the sky. When the silence stretches longer than you expected, remember this: karma ripens according to readiness, not desire. The universe will not deliver what you want if receiving it would harm your growth. The pause is the Dharma's mercy. It's life saying, "Not yet. You're still becoming the person who can hold what you've asked for." That's not delay. That's protection. Every unfulfilled wish is a lesson in transformation. It's during these spaces that your relationship with time also changes. You begin to see that time is not linear, but cyclical. What feels like waiting is actually weaving. Life is pulling threads from multiple directions, synchronizing causes from different corners of existence. What looks like stillness is coordination. The universe is aligning variables you don't even know exist yet. When they converge, what you've been waiting for appears not as luck, but as inevitability. And yet, the ego keeps whispering, "Do more, try harder, fix it." It doesn't understand that more action can sometimes be interference. When you've already planted the seeds, digging them up every day to check if they've sprouted kills them. The wisdom of non-doing, known as wu-wei in Taoist thought and mirrored in Buddhist equanimity, teaches you that letting things breathe is an act of trust. You've done your part. Now let the Dharma do its own. Every great spiritual journey includes a chapter of nothingness. The prophets, the mystics, the monks, they all speak of the dark night of stillness, the valley where the divine feels distant. But that distance is illusion. It's the mind's inability to perceive the unseen motion of grace. Even in apparent silence, you are being shaped. The universe doesn't stop sculpting just because you've closed your eyes. During the gap, cultivate mindfulness instead of anxiety. Bring awareness to each moment as it is, not as you wish it to be. In doing so, you align yourself with what's real, not imagined. You begin to notice subtler shifts, the way your emotions soften, your thoughts quiet, your body relaxes. These are not minor, they are the inner fruits of trust, ripening before the outer ones appear. Transformation begins inside, long before it manifests outside. The pause also exposes your relationship with control. When you stop trying to manipulate life, you discover that it's been guiding you all along. Faith grows each time you choose surrender over struggle. You start to see waiting not as wasted time, but as sacred participation in the Dharma's timing. You act when called, rest when paused, and both become holy. This is what the Buddha meant by balance, a life lived in rhythm with cause and effect without resistance. There's a story of a novice monk who spent years meditating for enlightenment. Frustrated by the lack of progress, he went to his teacher and said, "Master, I have sat for thousands of hours. Why have I not awakened?" The master smiled and said, "Because you're sitting to awaken, not to sit." The student didn't understand until one day, exhausted by effort, he simply sat with no agenda. In that very moment, awakening happened. The lesson was clear: when effort ceases to grasp, fruition appears on its own. This is the paradox of the Dharma. The harder you chase, the farther it moves. The more you release, the closer it comes. True effort is pure participation, free from demand. It's giving your best and then bowing to what is. When you can love the process more than the result, you've already entered liberation. Because the gap between doing and receiving is not a waiting room, it's the temple of faith. Eventually, you begin to feel gratitude even for the silence. You start thanking life not only for what arrives, but for the time it takes. You realize that the delay was your training ground, the gap your greatest teacher. Without it, your trust would remain shallow, your peace conditional. Now it runs deeper, anchored not in outcomes, but in awareness. When the results finally come, and they will, you'll meet them with calm instead of relief. You'll recognize them not as miracles, but as natural outcomes of alignment. You'll understand that the true gift was never the fruit, but the patience you gained while waiting for it. That patience becomes part of your soul's strength, a quiet assurance that no pause is ever wasted. And then something profound happens. The next time life pauses, you don't panic. You breathe. You remember. You trust. You know that the gap is not an absence of life, but its most intimate expression. The breath between inhale and exhale, the silence between heartbeats, the space where faith becomes knowing. So when you find yourself in that vast quiet, between your effort and the universe's response, don't rush to fill it. Sit there. Feel it. That is where trust takes root. That is where faith ripens. And that is where you finally understand that even when nothing seems to move, everything is already becoming. Faith ripens in silence, and once it does, life begins to test that faith through confusion. The pause between effort and fruition eventually leads you into a deeper paradox, the moment when clarity fades, when even trust feels uncertain. You begin to wonder if you've lost the path, but what's truly happening is that you're being drawn into the mud from which wisdom grows. The next stage of awakening doesn't begin with clarity. It begins with disorientation. In the language of the Dharma, that confusion is not failure. It's the beginning of the lotus. Buddhism teaches that the lotus, one of its most sacred symbols, blooms only in muddy water. The more murky and uncertain the ground, the stronger and more radiant the flower becomes. The mud doesn't pollute the lotus, it nourishes it. In the same way, confusion, doubt, and emotional struggle are not detours away from awakening, but the very soil that allows it to grow. The mind wants spiritual progress to be clean and graceful, but true growth is messy. It's uncomfortable, it's unclear, it happens in the very places you try to avoid. Confusion often arrives after a period of effort and trust, precisely when you thought you were making progress. The mind says, "I've done everything right. Why does everything now feel wrong?" That moment of disorientation is sacred because it means the old structure of your understanding is dissolving. You can't see clearly because your previous way of seeing is being dismantled. The confusion is not a fog covering the truth. It's the smoke of your illusions burning away. In Buddhist psychology, this phase is known as samoham, the state where ignorance becomes visible to awareness. Before awakening, ignorance feels comfortable. It's the unquestioned background of daily life. But once awareness deepens, ignorance begins to feel painful. The contrast between what you thought you knew and what you now perceive creates inner turbulence. This turbulence is not a sign of regression. It's a symptom of awakening in progress. You're beginning to outgrow your own mind. Most people misunderstand this stage and rush to escape it. They seek quick answers, new teachings, or external reassurance to make the discomfort stop. But the Dharma advises stillness. When the water is stirred, clarity comes not by adding more ripples, but by waiting for it to settle. The same principle applies to the mind. Confusion is temporary if you stop feeding it with frantic thought. When you allow stillness to return, truth rises naturally from beneath the surface. The lotus doesn't rush its bloom. It trusts the mud to do its work. Beneath the murk, unseen, it gathers nutrients and strength. Likewise, your soul uses confusion as compost. Every doubt, every question, every frustration becomes material for growth. What feels like chaos is actually integration. Old beliefs are decomposing, and from their decay, deeper wisdom emerges. The paradox is that the closer you get to awakening, the more disorienting the path can feel. When you start seeing through illusions, you temporarily lose the comfort of certainty. The ego begins to crumble, but before it dissolves, it resists with full force. It tells you you're lost, broken, regressing. It will convince you that the mud means failure. But the Dharma whispers something else. Stay with the mud. The flower is forming. To understand this, you must redefine what clarity means. In the beginning, you think clarity is having all the answers, but in truth, it's the capacity to stay open without them. Real clarity doesn't come from information, it comes from stillness. When the need to label, control, or explain dissolves, awareness itself becomes luminous. That is the lotus emerging. It doesn't need to understand the mud, it simply rises through it. The Buddha himself spoke often of confusion as a necessary stage of practice. Before enlightenment, he spent years in intense searching, ascetic extremes, and doubt. Only when he stopped struggling to fix his confusion did awakening dawn. He discovered that truth cannot be forced. It reveals itself when the seeking exhausts itself. Confusion, then, is the threshold where striving turns into surrender. It's the moment when doing ends and being begins. Psychologically, confusion humbles the intellect. It exposes the limits of thought and compels you to feel rather than analyze. When logic collapses, the heart begins to perceive. That's why many spiritual breakthroughs are preceded by breakdowns. The mind must reach the end of its capacity before consciousness can open to something greater. The mud breaks the surface of ego so that the light of awareness can enter. It's easy to mistake confusion for punishment. You start thinking you did something wrong to deserve uncertainty. But confusion is not a verdict. It's feedback. It's life showing you that your old way of perceiving no longer fits the next phase of your evolution. Just as a snake must shed its skin to grow, consciousness must shed its outdated frameworks to expand. The shedding feels disorienting, but it's liberation in disguise. If you stay patient, confusion transforms into curiosity. Instead of saying, "I don't know what's happening," you begin to say, "Something deeper is happening that I don't yet understand." That subtle shift changes everything. It turns fear into openness. Curiosity is the light that begins to glow within the mud. You stop resisting uncertainty and start listening to it. You realize that confusion is not chaos. It's communication from your inner wisdom asking you to pause, to feel, to see differently. The lotus doesn't bloom by fighting the mud. It doesn't curse the water for being murky. It rises through it with quiet strength, untouched by the dirt that surrounds it. That's the model for spiritual maturity, to move through confusion without becoming polluted by it. You may not have answers, but you remain grounded in presence. You may not see the future, but you trust the unfolding. You stop trying to clean the mud and instead recognize it as nourishment. In practical life, confusion often shows up as crossroads, relationships ending, careers shifting, identities dissolving. The ground beneath you feels unstable because you're being asked to find stability within. External clarity disappears so that inner clarity can emerge. This is the Dharma's way of teaching detachment. As long as your sense of peace depends on outer order, it will remain fragile. But once you learn to stay centered in inner stillness, even when the surface of life swirls, your peace becomes unshakable. Confusion also reveals the illusion of control. It strips away the belief that you can think your way through life. In that stripping, there's great mercy, because the mind's control creates suffering, its surrender creates wisdom. When you no longer know what's happening, you're finally open enough to receive truth directly. It's through not knowing that the deepest knowing arises. The ancient Zen masters called this beginner's mind, a state of openness unclouded by expectation or habit. There's a quiet beauty in being lost if you know how to look. When direction disappears, awareness sharpens. You start noticing subtler details, the texture of your breath, the rhythm of your heart, the way silence holds you. You realize that the absence of clarity forces you into presence. When the path is unclear, the next step becomes everything. You stop living for destinations and start living through awareness. Confusion also teaches compassion. When you've been lost yourself, you stop judging others for their uncertainty. You realize how tender the process of awakening truly is. You become kinder, softer, more patient with yourself and with the world. You see that everyone is blooming through their own mud, each at their own pace. The flower doesn't bloom by comparing itself to others, it blooms by trusting its season. In this way, confusion becomes a teacher of humility. It dissolves arrogance, the illusion that you've arrived or that you know. The greatest masters always describe themselves as students of life because they understand that awakening is not a destination, it's an ongoing unfolding. The moment you think you've figured it out, the mud deepens again, inviting you to grow further. That's not regression, that's refinement. The lotus doesn't bloom once. It continues to open, petal by petal, season after season. So too does understanding. You may have moments of great clarity, then fall back into confusion, and that's perfectly natural. Each return to the mud allows deeper layers of illusion to dissolve. Awakening isn't a straight line upward. It's a spiral that revisits old lessons from higher awareness each time. There's a Buddhist saying, "Before enlightenment, mountains are mountains and rivers are rivers. During enlightenment, mountains are no longer mountains and rivers are no longer rivers. After enlightenment, mountains are mountains again and rivers are rivers again." This teaching expresses the full cycle of confusion and clarity. In the beginning, life appears simple. Then awareness deepens and everything loses definition. When awakening matures, simplicity returns. But now it's infused with depth. Confusion, therefore, is not the opposite of clarity. It's the passageway to it. When you learn to see confusion this way, your entire relationship with difficulty changes. You stop running from the mud and start meeting it as a friend. Each time confusion arises, you know it carries a hidden gift, the chance to see beyond the mind's limits. The more willingly you enter that uncertainty, the more quickly it transforms. Resistance keeps you trapped. Acceptance releases you. In meditation practice, this principle becomes vivid. There are days when the mind feels calm and bright, and others when it's clouded and restless. Beginners often think the restless days are failures, but they are not. They are the mud through which mindfulness strengthens. Each moment of noticing confusion without reacting purifies awareness a little more. Over time, the mud itself becomes transparent. You start seeing through it to the stillness beneath. The lotus symbolizes purity, not because it avoids dirt, but because it rises from it unstained. That is the essence of liberation, not escaping the world's confusion, but awakening within it. You begin to live in the middle of chaos with a tranquil heart. Life continues with its complexities, but you are no longer defined by them. You've learned that clarity is not the absence of confusion, it's the ability to stay awake through it. This understanding transforms suffering into strength. The very confusion that once made you doubt becomes the foundation of wisdom. You realize that every time you've been lost, you've eventually found a deeper part of yourself. Each fog has hidden a lesson. Each fall has revealed resilience. The mud was never the enemy. It was the mirror showing you where the lotus would bloom. Eventually, confusion loses its threat. You no longer fear it because you've tasted the purity that grows from it. You understand that even in your darkest moments, awakening is silently happening beneath the surface. The more you trust that process, the faster you rise through the mud. That's the paradox. The moment you stop fighting confusion, clarity begins. So when life feels unclear, when every answer dissolves into more questions, remember this truth. The lotus blooms in the mud, not outside it. The confusion you feel is not a sign of failure. It's evidence that transformation is underway. Let the mud be what it is. Sit in it with patience, with humility, with faith. Because one day, without warning, you'll look back and realize the very confusion that once frightened you was the womb of your awakening. The flower of consciousness grows from the soil of uncertainty. And when it opens, untouched by the dirt that raised it, you'll see what the Buddha saw, that nothing in your journey was wasted, not even the mud. When the lotus finally blooms, its petals don't rush to open. They unfold slowly, perfectly timed, never competing with the dawn. But the human mind is not like that. It wants to skip the seasons. It wants the flower without the waiting, the wisdom without the stillness, the result without the ripening. After all the lessons of trust and surrender, there's still one subtle obstacle that keeps the cycle of struggle alive: impatience. It creeps in quietly, disguised as motivation, ambition, even discipline. Yet beneath its surface lies restlessness, the refusal to let life move at its own pace. And in the language of karma, that refusal has consequences. Impatience might seem harmless, a momentary frustration, a tapping foot, a sigh, but energetically it's a signal of distrust. It declares to the universe, "I don't believe you know what you're doing." The mind insists on speeding up the rhythm of causes and effects, unaware that the Dharma already moves at the perfect speed. This subtle defiance disrupts harmony. When you resist timing, you resist wisdom. And in that resistance, karma begins to weave new detours, lessons that mirror your inability to wait. Buddhism often describes impatience as a form of greed, not in the material sense, but in the craving for instant fulfillment. The desire to arrive quickly is still desire, and all desire binds. The impatient mind doesn't trust that everything unfolds according to readiness. It wants to control the unfolding, to grasp the fruit before it's ripe. But every fruit forced before its time turns bitter. The same applies to your path. When you demand results prematurely, be it love, clarity, or awakening, you end up distorting what was meant to nourish you. The subtle karma of impatience is self-replicating. The more you rush, the more life delays you. Each time you push against the current, existence pushes back with a lesson in surrender. You think you're chasing progress, but what you're really doing is strengthening attachment. And attachment, as the Buddha taught, is the root of suffering. The very energy that seeks movement ends up trapping you in stagnation. To see this clearly, notice how impatience manifests in small, everyday moments. The irritation when someone walks slowly in front of you, the anxiety when a reply doesn't arrive fast enough, the restlessness when meditation feels uneventful. These tiny sparks of frustration seem insignificant, but each one is a microcosm of karmic creation. In those moments, you're rehearsing resistance. You're saying no to what is. That resistance doesn't end when the moment passes. It imprints into your field, shaping future experiences that echo that same restlessness. Karma is not punishment, it's feedback. When impatience arises, the universe doesn't scold, it mirrors. It gives you situations that require more waiting, more slowing down, more letting go. Not to frustrate you, but to help you balance the energy you've scattered. You can't outrun your lessons. You can only meet them with awareness. Until awareness enters impatience, the cycle repeats endlessly, each shortcut leading to another detour. There's an old Buddhist story of a student who begged his master to teach him how to reach enlightenment faster. The master smiled and said, "If you meditate for 2 hours a day, it will take you 10 years. If you meditate for 10 hours a day, it will take you 20. The student was confused. How can more effort lead to longer results? The master replied, "Because your urgency is in the way." This is the law of subtle karma. The harder you chase awakening, the further it slips. The path is not a race, it's a rhythm, and rhythm cannot be rushed. Impatience arises from fear, the fear that life will forget you if you stop pushing. But existence never forgets. It's always listening, always responding. The only thing that delays your fulfillment is your refusal to rest in trust. When you push, you create resistance. When you relax, you allow alignment. The paradox is that surrender accelerates what striving delays. Patience isn't slow, it's spacious. It creates room for destiny to unfold without distortion. When you observe impatience with awareness, you begin to see its deeper layers. Beneath the surface, frustration lies insecurity, the belief that you are separate from the intelligence of life. The ego fears irrelevance. It wants to feel responsible for progress, for outcomes, for control. But spiritual growth doesn't respond to pressure. It responds to presence. The moment you stop grasping, the energy that was blocked begins to flow again. Meditation is the perfect mirror for this principle. In the beginning, every practitioner struggles with impatience. You sit down expecting calm, but your mind races. You want stillness to arrive, but that very wanting agitates the water. The more you try to force silence, the louder the noise becomes. The moment you stop trying, truly stop, the silence appears naturally. This isn't magic, it's alignment. Awareness itself dissolves impatience because it reveals the illusion of control. From a karmic perspective, impatience creates detours because it interrupts ripening. Each experience in life carries an internal timeline. The energy of effort must mature into understanding before its fruit can appear. When you cut short that process, you interfere with your own development. The result might still come, but without the wisdom that makes it meaningful. That's why success achieved through impatience often feels hollow. The form appears, but the depth is missing. This pattern also explains why so many people repeat the same lessons in different forms. The universe keeps presenting similar scenarios not because it's cruel, but because impatience prevented full integration the first time. You rushed through discomfort before the teaching could sink in. Life, patient as ever, offers another chance. Each recurrence is mercy disguised as repetition. There's also a collective aspect to impatience. Modern culture glorifies speed and efficiency. We're taught to equate movement with meaning, as if slowness were failure. But spiritual laws don't conform to social tempo. The Dharma moves with the pace of authenticity, not ambition. Every time you slow down, you step out of cultural hypnosis and back into natural rhythm. You reconnect with a pace that reflects the pulse of the earth, not the clock of anxiety. The subtle karma of impatience also affects relationships. When you expect others to grow or heal according to your schedule, you project your unrest onto them. You interfere with their process, often under the guise of helping. But growth cannot be forced from the outside. The most compassionate act is to give space. Love that rushes to fix becomes control. Love that waits becomes wisdom. Patience in relationship is spiritual maturity in disguise. When you begin to practice awareness in moments of impatience, something remarkable happens. The energy that once fueled frustration becomes light. You start noticing how the body tightens, how the breath shortens, how the mind contracts. By simply witnessing these sensations without judgment, you dissolve the habit. Awareness doesn't fight impatience, it includes it, and what is included cannot continue unconsciously. That's the alchemy of mindfulness. The fire of awareness turns restlessness into insight. The Buddha described patience as one of the highest perfections, calling it the armor of the wise. Because once you master patience, nothing external can disturb your inner peace. You no longer measure your life by outcomes, but by the quality of your presence. You stop chasing the horizon and start walking with the sky above you. That's not stagnation, it's liberation. The one who can wait without tension is already free. From a deeper view, impatience is also a misunderstanding of time. We treat time as a linear race from here to there, but in truth, each moment is complete. The future is not separate from the present, it's contained within it. When you're impatient, you step out of wholeness into fragmentation. You create the illusion that happiness lives in the next moment. The Dharma corrects this by bringing you back to now, where all fruition actually happens. The cycle of impatience often disguises itself as productivity. You feel accomplished because you're constantly doing, yet that doing is filled with tension. Action without peace multiplies confusion. True productivity flows from calmness, not urgency. When you act from stillness, every move is aligned. When you act from restlessness, every move adds friction. That's why awareness is more effective than speed. It ensures that your energy moves cleanly, without karmic residue. In daily life, you can start breaking this cycle by practicing micro-patience. Waiting in a line, being stuck in traffic, or sitting through silence, all become sacred opportunities to train the mind. Instead of resisting, observe. Feel how the body reacts to delay. Watch how quickly thought labels it as wasted time. The moment you catch that thought and breathe, instead of feeding it, you rewrite the pattern. You teach your system that waiting is safe. Slowly, your nervous system begins to trust life's rhythm again. Patience is not about doing nothing. It's about doing with awareness. You still take steps, but without desperation. You act, then release. You participate, then allow. This balance between engagement and surrender is the essence of skillful karma. It's what prevents your energy from turning into restless loops. When you act with patience, your actions carry precision. When you act with impatience, they carry distortion. The subtlety of karmic timing cannot be overstated. Each intention you send into the world has to travel through countless interdependent conditions. Some ripen quickly, others need lifetimes. When you trust this, you no longer measure progress by the calendar. You measure it by the depth of your peace. A peaceful seed bears peaceful fruit. A restless seed bears restless fruit. That's why awareness, not speed, determines the quality of your destiny. Impatience also reveals attachment to identity, the belief that you are the one doing everything. You think, I must make this happen. But the more you awaken, the more you realize that life acts through you, not because of you. You are both participant and vessel. The river doesn't strain to flow, it simply moves because of gravity. The enlightened being lives the same way, acting naturally, effortlessly, without urgency. When you align with that flow, detours disappear. There's a phrase in the Buddhist scriptures, hasten slowly. It sounds contradictory, yet it captures the balance perfectly. Move with intention, but without tension. Take action without forcing results. That's the middle way between laziness and obsession. The universe rewards such balanced effort with synchronicity because your energy becomes cooperative rather than combative. You're no longer chasing life, you're walking with it. In the subtler dimensions of mind, impatience also arises when you expect awakening to erase discomfort. You believe that peace should feel like constant bliss. But true peace includes discomfort. It's not the absence of pain, but the acceptance of it. When you can sit with unease without fleeing, the karmic cycle of reaction ends. Every time you stay present through discomfort, you prevent new detours from forming. That's how awareness dissolves impatience, not by changing conditions, but by transforming your relationship to them. You'll start to notice a quiet shift the more you practice this. Time begins to feel softer. The urgency to arrive fades. You move through days with a slower heartbeat, yet accomplish more. Life stops being a checklist and becomes a meditation. The small annoyances that once triggered you now feel like invitations to deepen awareness. You stop waiting for the future and start feeling the fullness of the present. This is the subtle liberation that patience brings. In relationships, patience heals what words cannot. When you allow others the space to unfold, they sense your peace and begin to relax. Your presence becomes medicine. You teach by example that growth doesn't need to be forced. This is how awareness ripples outward, transforming karma collectively. A single patient person can stabilize an entire environment. That's not poetic. It's energetic truth. The end of impatience is the birth of trust. When you stop demanding that life move faster, life begins to move through you more smoothly. The same intelligence that blooms flowers and spins galaxies is guiding your path. You don't need to supervise it. You only need to stay awake enough to flow with it. In that surrender, every moment becomes perfect in its timing. The karmic cycle of impatience breaks the instant you see it clearly. Awareness reveals that you were never waiting for life. Life was waiting for you, to slow down, to soften, to return to harmony. Once you do, the detours vanish because there's nowhere left to rush. You realize that every delay was just a mirror reflecting your own urgency. When the mirror is no longer needed, it disappears. Patience is the quiet fragrance that follows understanding. It doesn't announce itself. It just lingers, subtle but unshakable. You stop rushing the flower, and it blooms anyway. You stop chasing time, and it meets you halfway. You stop demanding results, and life begins to respond naturally. The moment you rest in awareness, the cycle ends. Not because the world changed, but because you finally stopped fighting its pace. And so, the journey continues. From detours to trust, from silence to confusion, from confusion to awareness, each step has been preparing you for this realization that peace doesn't come from moving faster, but from moving wisely. Impatience was never the obstacle. It was the invitation to rediscover your alignment with the rhythm of existence. The lesson isn't to wait passively, it's to walk with presence so deep that waiting itself becomes joy. When patience finally settles in and the mind stops rushing, something unexpected begins to happen. Your sense of direction starts to dissolve. All the maps you once trusted, the plans you built, the goals you believed were certain, suddenly lose their shape. At first, it feels like disorientation, like the ground has been pulled from beneath your feet. But beneath that discomfort lies a deeper truth. Sometimes the universe has to take away your map so that you can learn how to walk by presence, not by plan. This is not punishment, it is refinement. When life removes the map, it is teaching you how to see without eyes. Getting lost is not a mistake. It's the universe's way of dismantling illusionary control. The ego, by nature, needs direction. It thrives on labels, goals, and a sense of being on track. It believes safety lies in certainty. But the Dharma reveals a more subtle truth. What you call being lost is often the moment you begin to truly awaken. You are not losing your way. You are losing the false idea that you ever had one. The path has never been linear. It has always been fluid, responding to consciousness in motion. To understand this, one must first see how deeply attached we are to orientation. From childhood, we are conditioned to navigate life by control, by setting goals, achieving, evaluating, adjusting. Every culture reinforces this obsession with direction. Where are you going becomes a question not just about travel, but about identity. To not know feels shameful. Yet, from a Buddhist view, not knowing is sacred. The pathless path is the real one, because it strips away every illusion of mastery. When life takes away the map, it's not because you failed. It's because your soul has matured beyond external navigation. You've reached a stage where the old coordinates no longer fit the consciousness you've become. The Dharma doesn't punish, it evolves you. Sometimes that evolution comes as silence, other times as chaos, but always with purpose. The purpose is freedom, not the kind you get from control, but the kind that arises when control is no longer needed. The ego fears this deeply. It equates confusion with danger. It wants to know what's next, where you're headed, what the outcome will be. But awakening doesn't provide that kind of security. It replaces certainty with trust. The more you grow, the less you know intellectually, and the more you sense intuitively. That shift feels terrifying at first, because intuition doesn't give you guarantees. It only offers direction one breath at a time. But that's exactly what the Dharma trains you to see, that life unfolds moment by moment, not by grand design. When you stop demanding to know everything, you begin to perceive the subtler rhythm of existence. The trees don't have maps, yet they grow toward the light. The ocean doesn't need a compass to find the shore. Nature flows by alignment, not by intellect. The same intelligence guiding all creation is guiding you too. But to feel it, you must be willing to let the mind's navigation fail. That is why getting lost is not an error. It's the initiation into the kind of awareness that no plan can produce. In Buddhist teaching, there's the concept of anicca, impermanence. It's not just about physical decay, it's about the fluidity of experience itself. Every plan, every identity, every direction eventually dissolves. When you accept that, you stop clinging to the idea that your life should unfold in straight lines. You stop worshipping clarity and start honoring change. Getting lost becomes a form of meditation, an act of surrender to impermanence. When the universe removes your map, it's asking you to see directly, not through the lens of expectation. It's asking you to live without filters. The map is symbolic of ego's comfort zone. It tells you where you are, where to go, what to avoid. But maps are static, and life is not. The more you cling to old coordinates, the more resistance you create. The moment you allow yourself to be lost, you become present. Presence, not planning, is what reconnects you to the real path. At a deeper level, getting lost is how karma dissolves patterns of over-control. Each time you lose your way, the universe is gently unlearning you, unlearning the habit of needing guarantees. You've spent lifetimes building mental routes for safety. Now, life is dismantling them one by one, not to leave you directionless, but to reveal that the guidance you've been seeking has always been internal. This is why so many awakenings begin with crisis. When the external map fails, the inner compass begins to activate. There's a quiet intelligence in being lost. It breaks your patterns of movement. It slows you down enough to notice what was always around you, but overlooked. When everything is uncertain, awareness sharpens. The mind, desperate for control, eventually gives up. And in that surrender, something remarkable happens. Peace arrives, not from knowing, but from releasing the need to know. This dismantling of control is not theoretical, it's physiological, emotional, spiritual. You feel it in the body as tension, in the heart as confusion, in the mind as doubt. But the Dharma invites you to stay with it, to not rush back into false order. Confusion held in awareness transforms into clarity. Lostness held in patience becomes direction. The process cannot be intellectualized. It must be lived. The mind will fight this. It will try to rebuild new maps as quickly as the old ones dissolve. It will chase new goals, new philosophies, new labels. But every attempt to reorient is just another delay. The lesson is not to find a new direction. It's to discover who you are without one. The absence of certainty exposes the essence of your being. You realize that even when all maps disappear, awareness remains. That awareness is the only true guide, the only constant amid impermanence. The great Zen masters often said, "The way is not on the map." They meant that truth cannot be contained in any system, philosophy, or belief. You can study teachings for decades, but until you let go of the need to define where you are, awakening stays theoretical. Getting lost shatters theory. It leaves you naked before life, unguarded, receptive. Only in that state can real understanding dawn. When people speak of losing themselves, they usually mean despair. But from the Buddhist view, that loss is liberation. The self that gets lost is not the essence, it's the mask. When that mask falls away, what remains is vast, silent, and free. You stop being the traveler and realize you are the path itself. The sense of "I am moving through life" transforms into "life is moving through me." That's the turning point from egoic navigation to awakened participation. The ego doesn't surrender easily, though. It clings to plans because plans give it identity. "I'm going somewhere" becomes proof of existence. When that story collapses, the ego feels annihilated. But what's really being annihilated is illusion. Beneath that death is the birth of truth. You begin to sense that being lost is not something happening to you. It's happening for you. The universe isn't punishing you. It's unmasking you. One of the core Buddhist teachings, anatta, the doctrine of no self, becomes experiential here. When the map is gone, the self who depended on it dissolves too. What's left is presence, awareness without center or boundary. You can't get lost because there's no separate you to lose. Every direction is equally home when the idea of separation fades. Practically, this transformation manifests subtly. You stop chasing signs. You stop needing validation. Decisions become quieter, more intuitive. You no longer move from fear of missing out but from trust in timing. You don't rush to replace what's lost. You listen to the space it left behind. You start seeing life less as a route to follow and more as a rhythm to feel. In this rhythm, mistakes lose meaning. How can you make a wrong turn when every turn teaches? The word lost itself dissolves because it implies there's a single right way. Awakening removes that illusion entirely. Life becomes a dance, not a journey with destinations. Each step is complete in itself. You no longer move to arrive, you move to express. There's a kind of peace that only arrives when the need for certainty dies. At first, it feels like emptiness, but that emptiness is pure potential. When you no longer cling to where you should be, you become open to where you're meant to be. The Dharma flows freely through a mind that has stopped drawing maps. That's when synchronicity begins to appear, not as random coincidence, but as the natural language of an aligned life. When you accept being lost, you become deeply available to guidance. Insight begins to arise spontaneously. People, books, and experiences show up at exactly the right time, not because you planned them, but because your energy resonates with them. This is what happens when you surrender to the unknown. The universe doesn't leave you wandering. It leads you through intuition, through subtle knowing that doesn't come from logic, but from stillness. You begin to see that control was never real power. It was fear wearing the costume of confidence. Real power is openness, the ability to not know and still walk. That's why the saints, sages, and enlightened beings often appear directionless to the world. They follow no rigid path, yet everything they do seems perfectly timed. Their secret is simple. They don't navigate life, they let life navigate them. To experience this yourself, you must practice what the Buddha called letting go of the raft. Once you've crossed a river, you don't keep carrying the boat on your back. The teachings, the goals, even your spiritual disciplines are meant to serve a stage, not to imprison you. Getting lost means dropping even the structures that once helped you. You step into the vastness of direct experience, fresh, raw, unscripted. The fear of being lost comes from the mind's addiction to narrative. It needs a story to feel secure. I'm here now, heading there next. But awakening dismantles stories. It leaves you in the nakedness of this moment, where identity and direction dissolve together. At first, that feels like death. Eventually, it feels like freedom. Because when you stop telling stories about where you should be, you finally start living where you are. This surrender doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean you stop moving. It means you stop resisting where movement leads. You still take steps, but now you walk with awareness, not agenda. You allow uncertainty to guide you instead of trying to dominate it. The paradox is that once you accept being lost, clarity emerges naturally. Not the mental clarity of knowing everything, but the soulful clarity of trusting everything. When life strips away the familiar, sit with the discomfort instead of rushing to rebuild. Feel the fear without escaping it. In that vulnerability, ego softens and something deeper begins to speak. It's quiet at first, but unmistakable. The voice of presence, unburdened by expectation. Follow that voice. It won't give you a map, but it will give you direction, one breath, one moment at a time. Eventually, you stop missing the map altogether. You realize it was never accurate. It only described where you thought you should go, not where truth would take you. The journey becomes less about reaching and more about revealing. You discover that the terrain itself, the twists, the pauses, the moments of disorientation, is sacred. To be lost is to be found by awareness. When the ego finally releases its hold, life becomes beautifully unpredictable. Each day unfolds like a koan, a riddle that can't be solved, only lived. And in living it fully, you realize the riddle dissolves. You were never lost, and there was never anywhere to go. The path wasn't out there. It was the awareness walking it all along. So the next time life takes away your plan, don't panic. Don't rush to redraw the map. Sit in the openness. Let yourself not know. Because the truth is, you're not lost. You're just being led through a way the mind can't yet recognize. The universe removes your map not to confuse you, but to free you from the need to have one. And once that need dissolves, you finally walk the way the awakened ones do, not toward the destination, but with it, step by step, breath by breath, utterly present, completely unlost. When you stop trying to control the map and surrender to being lost, something profound begins to surface. A realization that every wrong turn, every failed attempt, every heartbreak wasn't random at all. You start to sense a strange pattern underneath the chaos, as if life had been running rehearsals all along, preparing you for moments you couldn't yet comprehend. What once felt like wasted effort now feels like choreography. The detours, the delays, even the mistakes were practice sessions for awakening. Nothing was meaningless. Everything was training. This is the cosmic rehearsal, the quiet, invisible process through which life shapes consciousness for liberation. Each experience, pleasant or painful, is a script that teaches the soul how to see clearly, how to respond with awareness, how to outgrow its own illusions. The ego, of course, doesn't like this idea. It wants the final performance now. It hates repetition. It calls every setback a failure, every delay an injustice. But the Dharma reveals a larger truth. Life repeats lessons not to punish, but to refine. Every recurrence is the universe adjusting your alignment, deepening your understanding, and softening your resistance. From a Buddhist lens, this entire existence, what we call samsara, is one great rehearsal hall. The mind performs roles, plays scenes, and learns through contrast. Birth after birth, thought after thought, you try on identities and attachments until, eventually, awareness outgrows the need for performance itself. Liberation doesn't happen because you've played the perfect role. It happens because you finally realize it was all a play. At the surface, life appears fragmented. Mistakes here, victories there, heartbreak in one act, healing in another. But underneath, there is coherence. Karma arranges experiences like a teacher, repeating exercises until mastery arises. You might think, why does this keep happening to me? Yet, that repetition is grace. It means the lesson is unfinished. The universe is patient. It will run the same script as many times as needed until consciousness learns to respond differently. When you start to see life this way, your relationship with error changes completely. You stop labeling experiences as failures. You start recognizing them as rehearsals, places where wisdom is being formed through imperfection. The The student who stumbles the most learns the most, not because they're punished, but because awareness sharpens through contrast. You learn light through shadow, compassion through pain, balance through imbalance. Every so-called mistake is polishing your consciousness, removing the rough edges of ego so that the diamond of clarity can shine unobstructed. Buddhism often refers to the law of karma not as moral judgment, but as a perfect feedback system. Every thought, word, and deed generates vibration. When the vibration carries distortion, attachment, aversion, ignorance, it creates conditions that bring the distortion back for correction. These are your rehearsals. You are given scenes that mirror your unfinished lessons. The angry person meets anger. The controlling one meets chaos. The fearful one faces uncertainty. It's not punishment. It's repetition until recognition. Awareness is the only tool that ends the rehearsal. The moment you recognize the pattern, the need for it dissolves. That's why the same situations seem to appear in different forms throughout life. The names change, the places change, but the emotional frequency remains the same. It's the Dharma giving you another chance to respond consciously. When you finally meet the lesson with compassion instead of resistance, forgiveness instead of blame, presence instead of fear, the cycle closes. The rehearsal is complete. Most people resist this stage because they view mistakes through the lens of perfectionism. They believe progress should look smooth, that evolution should feel linear. But awakening is an art studio, not a factory. The canvas of your life will be painted over countless times. There will be smudges, revisions, and colors that don't fit. Yet, none of it is wasted. Each brushstroke prepares the next. The Dharma never rushes the artist. It allows consciousness to learn through experimentation. The Buddha himself spoke of this in the parable of the arrow. When struck by suffering, the unawakened person adds a second arrow by judging the pain, saying, "This shouldn't have happened." The awakened one feels the pain, but doesn't add the second arrow. They see the event as feedback, not failure. That insight transforms the moment from tragedy into teaching. You begin to experience karma not as punishment, but as precision. Life doesn't send random arrows. It sends exactly what your consciousness needs to understand itself. In this sense, repetition is compassion. The universe never gives up on your awakening. It doesn't mind how many times you forget. It simply brings you back to the stage again and again until memory turns into realization. Even the roles you regret, the times you hurt others, the choices that haunt you, are not wasted. The remorse that follows is part of the purification process. Awareness grows sharper through honesty. The very recognition of error is a sign of evolution. When you truly see that life is rehearsal, the weight of guilt begins to dissolve. Guilt belongs to the ego, which believes it could have done better if it had known more. But awareness reveals that you always acted from the consciousness available at that time. The lesson couldn't have come sooner because you weren't yet ready to receive it. That realization breeds compassion for your past selves. You start forgiving not only others, but also the versions of yourself who stumbled through earlier acts of the play. Every soul, whether aware or not, is practicing enlightenment in disguise. The kind word spoken instead of anger, the pause before reacting, the small act of restraint, all of these are rehearsals for liberation. They refine your energy, moment by moment. The ordinary moments of daily life are the real temple. Every interaction is a stage, every challenge a scene, every emotion a teacher. You don't need to seek awakening elsewhere. You are performing it every day through how you respond to the scripts life hands you. Karma's design is astonishingly intelligent. When you act unconsciously, it doesn't condemn, it corrects. The same way a musician practices scales until their fingers move with grace, karma gives you opportunities to practice compassion until it becomes instinct. You can't fake mastery, you embody it through repetition. That's why the wise see every difficulty as training. They know that resistance to discomfort prolongs the rehearsal, while mindfulness completes it. When awareness deepens, even suffering becomes sacred. Pain stops being personal. It becomes instructive. The tears you shed are not signs of weakness. They are salt water cleansing the lens of perception. In those moments of surrender, the illusion of separation thins and something luminous begins to shine through. You start to sense that nothing was ever against you. Everything was for your refinement. Even heartbreak begins to feel purposeful when viewed from this higher lens. It's important to remember that karma is not fate. It's education. It doesn't trap you. It trains you. You're not doomed to repeat mistakes. You're invited to evolve through them. The difference lies in awareness. When you remain unconscious, the pattern repeats mechanically. When you become conscious, the pattern transforms artistically. That's why awakening feels like remembering choreography you've danced before. The steps are the same, but now they carry grace. There's a point in practice where you begin to recognize the perfection even in imperfection. The universe stops feeling random. You begin to trust the symmetry behind apparent chaos. This trust allows you to meet life with less resistance. When something goes wrong, your first thought is no longer, "Why? Me?" but, "What is life rehearsing through me?" That question dissolves frustration instantly. It opens the heart to learning. Every situation becomes meaningful. At the collective level, this understanding changes everything. Humanity as a whole is in rehearsal, repeating the same patterns of greed, division, and fear until compassion becomes the natural instinct. What looks like chaos in society is also part of this cosmic practice. Awareness is expanding, even when it seems buried under confusion. Each generation rehearses the next stage of collective awakening, refining what the previous one could not yet embody. On the personal level, this realization brings a sense of calm responsibility. You no longer blame life or destiny. You see clearly that every scene you're given is your opportunity to perfect a virtue. Some rehearsals focus on patience, others on forgiveness, others on letting go. You stop envying other people's stories because you understand that everyone's script is tailored to their karma. The only comparison that matters is between your awareness now and your awareness yesterday. One of the deepest insights of the Dharma is that liberation doesn't come from avoiding samsara, it comes from understanding it. The wheel doesn't stop turning because you escape it. It stops because you stop identifying with its motion. When you recognize that life itself is the rehearsal for awakening, even the most mundane moments become holy. You stop trying to finish your journey and instead perfect your presence within it. Every teacher, every challenge, every delay becomes part of your sacred curriculum. The people who trigger you most are often the ones who've agreed, at the soul level, to play difficult roles in your awakening drama. They mirror your blind spots until you learn to see them. Once you do, gratitude replaces resentment. You start bowing internally to the very people you once cursed, understanding that they've been rehearsing enlightenment with you all along. The deeper your awareness grows, the subtler the rehearsals become. In early stages, lessons come through outer events, loss, conflict, change. Later, they come through subtle emotions, fleeting thoughts, minor attachments. Karma becomes refined, almost invisible. But even then, the principle remains the same. Life mirrors your consciousness perfectly. The higher your awareness, the gentler the rehearsals, because you no longer need dramatic reminders to stay awake. This understanding also frees you from the illusion of wasted time. Nothing you've lived is lost. Every detour, every heartbreak, every hesitation was part of your training. You begin to see your past not as a series of errors, but as a sequence of initiations. Even the most painful chapters carried ingredients for wisdom. Without them, you wouldn't be able to hold the depth of compassion you now feel. The mess was never meaningless. It was alchemy. Once this insight settles, your entire orientation toward growth changes. You no longer rush toward enlightenment as a destination. You realize enlightenment is rehearsal perfected. It's the ability to act in the play of life without forgetting you're an actor. You still speak, move, feel, and love, but without attachment to outcomes. The performance becomes effortless because the identification with the role is gone. Awareness remains as the silent witness behind every act. Even in ordinary life, you can practice this. When something goes wrong, pause and watch your reaction. Notice the impulse to judge or fix, then step back internally and ask, what is this moment teaching? That question shifts you from ego's panic to awareness's curiosity. It turns suffering into rehearsal. With time, this becomes second nature. You stop resisting the script and start collaborating with it. The more you practice seeing life as rehearsal, the lighter everything feels. You stop needing guarantees. You start enjoying the learning process itself. Failures become fascinating. Delays become opportunities to deepen patience. You start laughing at moments that once made you anxious. This laughter is not indifference. It's wisdom recognizing the play. The final realization is simple but life-changing. There was never a mistake, only material. Every experience was clay in the hands of consciousness, shaping you toward freedom. When you see this, regret loses its grip. You no longer wish to rewrite the past because you understand it couldn't have unfolded differently. It unfolded exactly as it needed to for your awakening. And so, life becomes a masterpiece in progress. Each moment, a brushstroke of karma. Each breath, a rehearsal for liberation. Awareness becomes the director, the actor, and the audience all at once. You play your role fully, knowing that the stage, the story, and the performance were all designed to remind you of what you've been all along, the consciousness behind the play. When this understanding matures, even samsara, the endless cycle of birth and death, loses its heaviness. You see it as an infinite creative space where awareness practices becoming itself. You no longer wish to escape life, you wish to live it consciously. Every mistake becomes sacred, every lesson complete. The play continues, but the performer is free. And that is the quiet triumph of awakening. Not perfection, but presence. Not escape from the play, but mastery within it. You stop asking for the final act because you realize you've been rehearsing liberation from the very first line. When you begin to see that every mistake was rehearsal, that every detour was training, life stops feeling like punishment and starts feeling like precision. You start to sense something softer beneath the surface, a quiet intelligence guiding every twist and pause. Suddenly, the delays that once frustrated you start to look different. They don't feel like life ignoring you anymore. They feel like life protecting you, shaping you gently through timing you don't yet understand. What if the very things that didn't happen were acts of compassion? What if every rejection, every postponement, every silence was not denial, but the universe's way of saying, "Not yet, because I love you too much to let you suffer from what you're not ready for"? We often equate delay with disappointment. We think that if something doesn't happen when we want it to, it must mean we failed or that the universe forgot us. But from the perspective of the Dharma, timing is never random. Karma ripens only when the fruit is ready to be digested by consciousness. If the lesson or experience were given too soon, it would not nourish you. It would overwhelm you. Delay, therefore, is not absence. It's incubation. It's the space in which the universe aligns unseen details so that when the moment finally arrives, you can receive it with full awareness. Every postponement in life carries a hidden tenderness. To the mind, it looks like obstruction. To the heart, once awakened, it feels like mercy. There are forces working on your behalf that you cannot perceive. The weaving of karmic threads, the protection of energies that might otherwise bring unnecessary suffering. The universe doesn't withhold because it's cruel. It withholds because it knows you in ways your conscious self cannot. There are doors you think you're ready to open, but behind them are lessons that would break you prematurely. So life delays them until your strength matches your destiny. Think of the times something didn't go your way, a relationship that ended too soon, an opportunity that slipped away, an outcome that took years longer than expected. Later, when you looked back, didn't you often see that the delay made sense? The relationship ended because your self-worth wasn't yet strong enough to sustain the love you later found. The opportunity fell apart because another one was forming quietly behind it. The waiting wasn't wasted time. It was protection disguised as emptiness. In Buddhism, compassion is not always sweet. Sometimes it appears as denial, as the refusal of life to fulfill your desires immediately. The ego interprets this as cruelty. But real compassion operates on a higher frequency. It gives you what will free you, not what will please you. The universe doesn't indulge your impatience because doing so would keep you trapped in samsara. It withholds what you crave until you can approach it with awareness rather than attachment. Delay, then, is one of life's most skillful teachers. It tests the quality of your trust. When you're delayed, you're forced to examine whether your faith is conditional or unconditional. If your trust collapses the moment things slow down, that's the ego revealing its hidden contract. I will trust, but only if I get what I want. True trust has no conditions. It endures even when the path disappears. When you can hold peace in uncertainty, you enter the realm of awakened patience, the understanding that the universe always delivers, but never early. There's a saying among the old Zen masters: the gate opens only when the student stops knocking. It means that the energy of desperation itself blocks what you seek. When you relax into the delay, when you stop demanding results, the gate opens naturally. Life is allergic to force. It responds to alignment. Every postponement is the universe's way of easing you out of force and back into flow. Rejection works the same way. It hurts because the ego interprets it as a statement of worth. They didn't choose me. It wasn't offered to me. But karma doesn't operate on rejection. It operates on redirection. What leaves your life leaves because its time with you is complete. Sometimes what's being protected is not your opportunity, but your peace. The Dharma knows that not every yes is a blessing. Many of the things you beg for would drain your light if granted too soon. What feels like rejection is often life removing what would confuse your energy or delay your awakening. Uncertainty, too, is compassion in motion. It forces you to stop pretending that control equals safety. When life becomes unpredictable, awareness deepens. You begin to live moment to moment, no longer numb with expectation. In that rawness, clarity blooms. Uncertainty strips away your illusions of permanence and invites humility. It's the space where surrender becomes real. The heart learns to trust the process, not because it sees the outcome, but because it feels the intelligence behind the unfolding. The Buddha taught that suffering arises from attachment, the craving for things to be other than they are. Delay, rejection, and uncertainty are the natural antidotes to this craving. They dismantle your dependence on outcomes. Each time you wait, you're being trained to detach from instant gratification. Each time you're rejected, you're being invited to release identification with external validation. Each time life feels uncertain, you're being guided back to inner stability. What you call misfortune is, at its core, a form of divine detox, clearing you of attachments that would weigh down your consciousness. When delay feels unbearable, it's because the mind still clings to the fantasy of control. You think, if only I knew when, I could relax. But the Dharma reminds you that relaxation is meant to come before knowing, not after it. To relax only when the outcome is clear is conditional peace. To relax in the middle of uncertainty is enlightenment in motion. The delay is not meant to torture you. It's meant to teach you how to find stillness without guarantees. This is why the universe often slows you down right when you're gaining momentum. You start feeling confident, plans begin to move, and then, suddenly, everything halts. It's not sabotage, it's calibration. Momentum can quickly turn into egoic excitement, and the Dharma intervenes to steady you. It pauses your external speed, so your internal wisdom can catch up. The bigger the destiny, the deeper the stillness required before it manifests. Delay is also an expression of karmic timing. Every being carries threads of past action, each vibrating with its own frequency. For an event to unfold harmoniously, all related frequencies must align. When they don't, life pauses. This isn't failure, it's synchronization. The universe is waiting for all the threads to meet at the right vibration. When that happens, what once felt impossible happens effortlessly. The waiting was never empty, it was orchestration. If you learn to perceive with subtle awareness, you'll see how compassionate this process truly is. The delay saves you from unnecessary pain. The rejection saves you from misaligned energy. The uncertainty saves you from illusions that would blind you. Without these three, you would remain trapped in impatience, arrogance, and attachment. Life uses discomfort as medicine. The flavor is bitter, but the cure is liberation. At times, compassion hides behind chaos. Things collapse not because they're cursed, but because they've completed their teaching. A door closes not to limit you, but to redirect your energy to where it belongs. This is not theoretical, it's experiential. When you stop fighting delay, you begin to notice how every so-called setback carries a seed of rightness. The universe doesn't waste energy. Every pause has a reason, every rejection a rhythm. You may ask, but why does compassion have to hurt? Because awareness grows through contrast. You recognize alignment only after tasting misalignment. You recognize divine timing only after exhausting your attempts to rush it. Pain is not the opposite of compassion, it's its disguise. The Dharma never inflicts suffering for cruelty's sake. It allows discomfort only to reveal where you still hold on. In that sense, delay is one of the gentlest teachers. It stretches you without breaking you. Think of how nature moves. The tree doesn't sprout overnight. It endures seasons of dormancy, storms and droughts, yet each pause prepares it for the next bloom. If nature rushed the process, the roots would be shallow. The same is true for consciousness. Deep roots require delay. The waiting seasons build spiritual endurance, teaching you how to stay open without clinging. Without them, growth would be fragile, easily destroyed by the first challenge. Rejection can also serve as purification. Sometimes, when you're denied something, it's not because you're unworthy. It's because your vibration still carries residue from old karmas. The rejection clears the space for alignment. It exposes the subtle attachments that were hidden beneath your desires. Once those attachments dissolve, the opportunity returns, this time in a purer form. What was withheld was never lost. It was upgraded. The practice of patience transforms how you interpret delay. Instead of viewing it as loss, you begin to see it as collaboration. Life isn't blocking you, it's working with you. Every postponement becomes a message. You are not being denied, you are being prepared. This shift in perception dissolves resistance. You begin to trust timing, not just intellectually, but viscerally. The heart starts beating in rhythm with the Dharma. When awareness matures, gratitude arises even in waiting. You start thanking the universe not only for what happens, but for what doesn't. You realize how many potential disasters you've been spared simply because something didn't align. You stop praying for speed and start praying for rightness. This is the birth of wise faith, a trust that prefers alignment over immediacy. On a subtle level, compassion in delay also teaches humility. The ego wants to feel powerful by predicting and controlling outcomes. Delay strips that illusion gently. It humbles without humiliating. It teaches that you are part of something vast and that surrender is not defeat, but cooperation with intelligence far greater than the mind. Each pause becomes a bull, a quiet recognition that you don't need to carry the universe alone. As your trust deepens, you start noticing the artistry of timing. You see how one postponed event allows another to unfold perfectly. You begin to sense the invisible choreography behind your life. The way one rejection makes space for a better meeting. The way one detour leads to someone you were meant to meet. The compassion in delay reveals itself through hindsight, but with practice, you begin to feel it even in real time. The moment something doesn't happen, you feel a strange peace instead of panic. You know the Dharma is moving pieces in silence. This realization changes the emotional texture of your waiting. Anxiety gives way to curiosity. You begin to ask, what wisdom is this pause creating in me? That question turns waiting into meditation. Instead of wasting energy fighting the delay, you start absorbing its teachings. You discover patience as presence, the ability to stay awake and grateful even when the outcome is unseen. In relationships, this wisdom prevents unnecessary suffering. You stop forcing connections that aren't ready. You stop chasing love out of loneliness. You understand that real union requires two souls vibrating in readiness. If one is still learning, delay protects both. It keeps you from entanglements that would wound rather than uplift. In this way, compassion hides in absence too. Sometimes the kindest thing life can do is not give you what you want when you want it. In work, creativity, or purpose, delay also refines you. The time between inspiration and manifestation is the training ground for mastery. Every postponement teaches resilience, discipline, and humility. It purifies intention. What begins as ambition slowly transforms into service. By the time the vision manifests, you're no longer the same person who first desired it. You're wiser, softer, more aligned. The universe waits for this transformation before allowing the fruition, because it knows the unprepared soul cannot hold the weight of its own blessings. When you fully understand this, you stop begging for arrival and start honoring process. The journey becomes sacred in itself. The waiting room becomes the temple. Each moment of delay becomes a silent conversation between you and the divine, where life whispers, "I'm still with you, even here." That whisper is compassion, steady, invisible, and infinite. And then something miraculous happens. The moment you stop resenting delay, the energy of delay dissolves. What once felt stuck begins to move naturally. The very acceptance that seemed passive becomes the trigger for flow. Life was never withholding out of cruelty. It was waiting for your vibration to align with ease. Once it does, the doors open effortlessly, not because you forced them, but because you finally matched their frequency. Compassion in delay is not about waiting passively. It's about waiting consciously. It's about trusting that life doesn't operate on your clock, but on your readiness. When you reach this state of trust, you realize that postponement is not life punishing you, it's life protecting you. You're not being ignored, you're being nurtured. You're not behind, you're in incubation. Every delay has a heartbeat. Every rejection has a reason. Every uncertainty hides intelligence. Life is not withholding love, it's offering perfect timing. And when you begin to live with that understanding, peace replaces impatience. Gratitude replaces fear. You stop asking, "When will it happen?" and start saying, "Thank you for making sure it happens right." That's the hidden compassion of delay. It slows you down just enough to meet the truth at the right time, with the right heart, in the right form. Nothing is ever late in the universe's rhythm. Everything blooms precisely when the soul is ready to receive. Once you start seeing the compassion hidden inside every delay, something inside you begins to soften. The fear of waiting turns into quiet trust. But as trust deepens, life takes you into an even subtler initiation, the erosion of the self that needs to control everything. Because while patience teaches you timing, uncertainty teaches you surrender. The universe doesn't just delay events to test your faith, it removes your ability to predict so that you may awaken from the illusion that you were ever in control. That loss of control is not punishment, it's purification. It's the gentle dissolving of ego through uncertainty. Ego is not an enemy, it's a structure built from habit. It's the collection of stories that say, "This is me, this is how life should go, and this is what must happen." It thrives on certainty because certainty reinforces its existence. The moment uncertainty enters, ego begins to tremble. The mind scrambles to regain control, to plan, to label, to fix. But life doesn't cooperate. The more you try to control the unknown, the more it exposes your inability to. That exposure is mercy. The cracks that uncertainty creates in the walls of ego are the openings through which awareness can finally enter. In Buddhist teaching, all suffering arises from clinging, the mind's attempt to hold on to what changes. Uncertainty makes clinging impossible. It confronts you with impermanence so directly that the only way forward is to release your grip. The ego doesn't know how to release, it only knows how to hold. But the soul has always known how to let go. When you stop fighting uncertainty, you begin to feel that deeper intelligence within you, the one that doesn't need to know the next step to keep moving. The world we live in glorifies control. We are trained from childhood to plan, to manage, to predict. We call it responsibility. But the Dharma reveals that true responsibility lies not in control, but in awareness. When you act from awareness, you participate with life rather than dominate it. Control is the ego's way of avoiding fear. Awareness is the heart's way of transforming it. And uncertainty is the bridge between them. It's where the false comfort of control dissolves into the vastness of trust. Every time you lose control, a plan collapses, a job ends, a relationship shifts. You're given the chance to see how tightly you've been clinging to identity. Ego says, "This is who I am because I have this role, this title, this relationship." When that structure falls away, panic arises. But look deeper into that panic, and you'll see something extraordinary. Behind the fear, there's spaciousness. The self that was clinging disappears, but awareness remains untouched. That moment of emptiness, though uncomfortable, is actually the doorway to freedom. This process of ego erosion is not destruction, it's revelation. The illusion crumbles so that what's real can be seen. The mind fears uncertainty because it cannot control it, but awareness loves uncertainty because it reveals truth. When you're no longer protected by plans and definitions, you begin to see directly. You see that life moves perfectly on its own, even without your interference. That realization doesn't make you passive, it makes you peaceful. You act, but from flow rather than force. Uncertainty also reveals the fragility of false confidence. The ego believes that safety comes from knowing. It builds castles out of expectations. But when life's winds blow and those castles crumble, what remains is authenticity. You begin to feel your own impermanence, not as tragedy, but as truth. That awareness humbles you. It teaches you compassion because you realize everyone around you is also navigating the same unpredictable ocean. We're all learning to balance in the waves, none of us immune to change. The mind resists this erosion because it wants solid ground. But the Dharma teaches that solidity is an illusion. Reality is fluid. Clinging to permanence in a world of constant change is like trying to hold water in your hands. The tighter you squeeze, the more you lose. Uncertainty teaches you how to cup your palms gently, allowing life to flow through without grasping. That's not weakness, it's wisdom. There's a quiet strength that comes from no longer needing certainty. When you stop demanding guarantees, fear begins to dissolve. You start to see that uncertainty isn't chaos. It's spaciousness. It's the infinite field where anything can emerge. Control limits possibilities. Surrender multiplies them. The ego seeks predictability because it fears the unknown, but awareness knows that only in the unknown can true creation occur. Every time you surrender control, you create room for something higher to act through you. This is why great breakthroughs often come after breakdowns, because when the mind gives up, the deeper intelligence takes over. The Buddha called this shunyata, emptiness, not meaning nothingness, but openness. When the self's agenda disappears, reality can express itself freely through you. That's why uncertainty is not your enemy. It's your awakening in disguise. To live in awareness means learning to rest in the space between answers. It means allowing questions to remain open without rushing to conclusions. The ego wants closure, but awareness is comfortable with mystery. When you can sit in uncertainty without anxiety, you begin to taste enlightenment. Because enlightenment isn't knowing everything, it's being at peace with not knowing. Many people think spiritual growth makes life easier, but in truth, it makes life truer. The more awake you become, the more uncertainty you can hold without collapsing. The mind used to panic at small changes. Now it breathes through storms. This is the essence of ego erosion. Not that life stops challenging you, but that challenges no longer threaten your sense of self. You stop identifying with the shifting waves and begin resting as the ocean beneath them. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. It happens through repeated moments of surrender. Each time you're thrown into uncertainty, you're being trained to let go a little more. One day, you stop seeing these moments as crises. You recognize them as initiations. The discomfort becomes familiar, almost sacred. You begin to bow to the unknown as your teacher. The ego's need for control comes from fear of death, not just physical death, but the death of identity. Every time you enter uncertainty, a small death occurs. The part of you that relied on control dies, and a new awareness is born. That's why spiritual life often feels like a series of tiny funerals. You're constantly saying goodbye to versions of yourself that can no longer survive in higher consciousness. It's bittersweet, but necessary. Through this repeated dying, something astonishing emerges. A self that no longer fears uncertainty because it's no longer based on control. The new awareness doesn't cling to life, it participates in it. It knows that the same intelligence that creates galaxies can handle the details of your day. When you live with that understanding, anxiety becomes unnecessary. You no longer need to predict the path because you trust the current carrying you. Control is exhausting because it assumes separation. It assumes you're an isolated being managing an unpredictable world. But awareness reveals interconnection. You're not separate from the flow. You are the flow. The illusion of control collapses the moment you realize you were never steering life. Life was steering itself through you. Uncertainty is the medicine that reveals this truth. Without uncertainty, ego would remain inflated forever, mistaking temporary stability for ultimate safety. Trust, then, becomes not a choice but a natural state. When you've seen enough of life's timing, when you've witnessed enough of its hidden compassion, trust arises spontaneously. You stop trying to make things happen and start allowing them to unfold. You still participate, but from ease. That's how uncertainty turns into grace. It dismantles the false self that needs to manage life and replaces it with awareness that simply moves in harmony. There's a deep relief in admitting, "I don't know." Those three words carry more power than 1,000 plans. I don't know is not defeat. It's freedom from the burden of omniscience. When you say it sincerely, the universe rushes in to guide you. The very space left by uncertainty becomes filled with intuition. You start making choices not from fear, but from presence. This is how the Dharma transforms chaos into clarity. In practical life, ego erosion through uncertainty shows up everywhere. In careers that collapse to reveal true purpose, in relationships that dissolve so love can be purified, in health challenges that awaken deeper care for the body. Each disruption is a sculptor's hand chiseling away what no longer serves. The process is not cruel, it's creative. The ego resists because it can't see the art being formed, but the soul recognizes the shape emerging. Even spiritual seekers fall into the trap of control, trying to control their awakening, their meditation, their peace. But awareness can't be controlled, it can only be allowed. The more you try to achieve enlightenment, the more distant it becomes. Enlightenment isn't gained, it's revealed when the self that seeks dissolves. Uncertainty is the solvent that makes this revelation possible. When control collapses, vulnerability opens. You begin to feel everything more deeply, the tenderness of being human, the fragility of existence, the fleeting beauty of each moment. This sensitivity is not weakness, it's awakening. The ego numbs itself with plans and certainty. Awareness feels life fully. To live without clinging is to live wide open, heart exposed, mind unclenched. It's raw, yes, but also profoundly alive. Uncertainty also teaches equality. When life's plans dissolve, you realize everyone is standing on the same shifting ground. The illusion that some people are more in control than others vanishes. You start meeting others with compassion instead of comparison. You recognize the shared vulnerability of being human, and from that recognition, kindness flows naturally. One of the most liberating realizations in this process is that uncertainty doesn't need to be fixed. It's not a problem, it's a condition of life. The problem is only the belief that it shouldn't exist. Once that belief dissolves, peace returns. You can breathe again, even in the unknown. The storm outside doesn't have to end for calm to arise inside. In meditation, this truth becomes experiential. Thoughts come and go like weather, unpredictable and ungovernable. The ego tries to chase or suppress them. Awareness simply watches. Over time, you learn that peace doesn't come from controlling thought. It comes from not identifying with it. The same applies to life. Peace doesn't come from controlling events, but from not clinging to them. The less you grasp, the freer you become. Uncertainty also exposes the beauty of impermanence. When you stop expecting permanence, you start appreciating presence. You begin to see every moment as precious precisely because it will never repeat. The mind stops postponing happiness for a future that may never arrive. Joy becomes immediate, spontaneous. That's the paradox. By surrendering to uncertainty, you discover stability in the only place it truly exists, the now. The erosion of ego through uncertainty is not a one-time collapse, it's a lifelong unfolding. Each phase of life brings new layers of surrender. You learn to trust the unknown in new ways. As a child, trusting change. As an adult, trusting failure. As an elder, trusting death. Every surrender deepens awareness until nothing is left to resist. That is liberation, not an escape from uncertainty, but peace within it. In the end, uncertainty is not the absence of direction, it's the revelation of a higher order. What seems random from the mind's perspective is perfect from awareness. The self that clings eventually dissolves, and what remains is the vast, quiet intelligence that has been guiding everything from the start. You no longer say, "I trust the process." You say, "I am the process." And in that realization, the final illusion falls away, the illusion of control. You see that life was never asking for your management, only your participation. You were never meant to be the architect of destiny, only the witness of its unfolding. To live like this is to live weightlessly, anchored not in certainty, but in consciousness itself. That is the gift of uncertainty. It takes away everything false, so that what is real can finally remain. When there's nothing left to cling to, what's left is freedom. When the self disappears, what's left is truth. And when you no longer fear the unknown, you discover that you were never lost. You were simply being guided home to yourself all along. When the ego finally surrenders to uncertainty, something miraculous begins to emerge from the silence. Life starts speaking in whispers instead of noise. Small alignments begin to appear, delicate patterns form between unrelated moments, and you start noticing that coincidence isn't random, it's communication. What once looked like chance now feels intentional, as if the universe itself were leaving breadcrumbs to guide your awareness forward. This is not superstition, it's synchronicity, the subtle language of the Dharma that reveals itself only when control has dissolved and perception has opened. Synchronicity is how existence reminds you that consciousness and reality are not separate. Every experience, every encounter, every so-called accident is a reflection of your own inner state mirrored outward. When your awareness deepens, Your environment begins to respond in harmony. Events align, not because you are controlling them, but because you have become aligned within yourself. The external world becomes a living sutra, a continuous teaching written in the symbols of daily life. The Buddha once described the universe as a vast net of jewels, each reflecting all the others. In this web of interbeing, nothing stands alone. Every movement affects every other. Synchronicity is simply the moment when this interconnectedness becomes visible. It's when cause and effect reveal their hidden artistry. You walk into a bookstore, and the exact book you need falls from the shelf. You meet someone at the precise moment you're ready to hear their message. These are not accidents. They are confirmations of your connection to the flow of Dharma. But to see them, your mind must be quiet. Synchronicity is subtle. It doesn't shout. It hums. When the mind is crowded with fear, control, or noise, you miss the music. Awareness acts like an instrument. When it's tuned, the song of synchronicity plays clearly. When it's distorted by distraction, the melody goes unheard. This is why uncertainty was necessary first. It stripped away your need to predict, leaving you open enough to perceive. Once you stop trying to control life, you can finally hear it communicating. Synchronicity doesn't mean life revolves around you. It means you are part of the revolving whole. It's not proof that you are special. It's proof that you are inseparable. Each event, each meeting, each delay is perfectly placed in the pattern. To the ordinary mind, this looks miraculous. To the awakened heart, it's natural. When you start living in rhythm with awareness, the ordinary world begins to feel enchanted. Not because magic entered it, but because illusion left it. The first sign that you're beginning to attune to synchronicity is a deepening sense of presence. You start noticing the timing of things, the precision of moments that could not have been arranged by intellect. You sense guidance, not through words, but through patterns. A conversation you overhear answers a question you've been holding. A random thought leads you to a solution. The more you pay attention, the more these alignments multiply. It's not that they're happening more, it's that you're finally seeing them. Awareness is expanding its field of recognition. In Buddhism, there's a term called pratitya samutpada, or dependent origination. It describes how all phenomena arise in dependence upon countless conditions. Nothing exists in isolation. Every moment is the fruit of infinite interactions. Synchronicity is the felt experience of this truth. When your awareness becomes refined, you begin to sense how interconnected everything truly is. The separation between inner and outer starts to dissolve. You think of someone and they call. You feel a pull to walk a certain path, and something meaningful unfolds. The more attuned you become, the more life reveals itself as choreography. This does not mean you should obsessively analyze every event for meaning. That's still the ego trying to regain control. True synchronicity isn't forced or decoded, it's felt. It moves like intuition, quiet and unmistakable. When you trust its rhythm, you realize guidance doesn't need to arrive in grand signs. It often comes as small nudges. The key is to stay receptive, to let curiosity replace doubt. The universe doesn't need your analysis, it needs your attention. The more trust you cultivate, the clearer the whispers become. Synchronicity thrives in spacious awareness. because space allows connection to form. When the mind relaxes, the heart perceives the invisible threads weaving through experience. Every encounter becomes a mirror, showing you what your consciousness is projecting. Meet someone kind in a moment of peace, and life is reflecting your calm. Encounter conflict in a moment of fear, and life is showing your inner tension. Synchronicity teaches through resonance. It reveals not what you want, but what you are. This understanding transforms how you relate to challenges. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to ask, "What is this teaching me?" Every situation, pleasant or painful, becomes a conversation with the Dharma. Even delays, losses, or unexpected endings carry encoded wisdom. The coincidence is not the event itself. It's the alignment between your inner lesson and the outer circumstance that delivers it. When you start recognizing this pattern, gratitude naturally arises. You no longer feel abandoned by life. You feel spoken to by it. Synchronicity also teaches humility. The ego loves to claim ownership of success. "I manifested this," it says. But awareness knows that you didn't control the alignment. You aligned with what was already unfolding. The miracle was never the event. It was your readiness to perceive it. Synchronicity doesn't reward effort. It reflects coherence. The moment your inner vibration matches the frequency of clarity, the outer world mirrors it. The universe has always been responsive. It's just that most people are too distracted to notice. When you live in this awareness, coincidence becomes communication. The ordinary becomes symbolic. A bird crossing your path may remind you of freedom, not because the bird was sent for you, but because your consciousness is now open enough to receive meaning from everything. Life becomes your scripture. The Dharma stops being confined to texts and begins speaking through experience. Every sound, every encounter, every detour is another verse. Synchronicity is not about control, it's about communion. It's the recognition that life is interactive, that awareness and existence are in constant dialogue. When you become present, you realize that the universe isn't silent, it's symphonic. Each event, each movement, is part of the same melody. The pauses are as meaningful as the notes. You begin to live less like a planner and more like a listener, guided not by intellect, but by resonance. The more you surrender to this flow, the more life reveals its timing. Events begin to interlock in ways that defy logic. You might meet someone who gives you the exact information you needed without you asking. A missed train leads to an encounter that shifts your perspective entirely. The Dharma doesn't speak in coincidence. It speaks in precision so vast the rational mind cannot comprehend it. And yet, once awareness opens, this precision feels deeply familiar, as if you've always known the choreography but had simply forgotten it. Synchronicity also dissolves loneliness. When you begin noticing how intricately everything connects, you stop feeling separate from life. The universe stops being something that happens to you and becomes something that happens through you. Every alignment is a reminder of your participation in a greater intelligence. The feeling of isolation fades because you recognize that nothing in existence is solitary. Even your thoughts ripple through the web of being, shaping conditions for future events. This realization deepens responsibility. Once you understand that every vibration you emit affects the field, you begin to cultivate mindfulness, not out of moral duty, but out of reverence. Kindness becomes natural because you see its immediate resonance. Every generous act, every compassionate thought sets off invisible waves that return as synchronicity. You start living as a conscious participant in the Dharma's unfolding rather than a passive observer. Sometimes synchronicity arrives through disruption rather than harmony. A sudden change, an unexpected event, a meeting that challenges your assumptions. All of these are part of the same guidance. The Dharma doesn't only whisper through pleasant coincidences, it also speaks through sharp redirections. What feels like chaos is often the fastest correction. When something ends abruptly, it's not random. It's life removing you from frequencies that no longer match your evolution. Awareness sees this clearly. Ego sees only the loss. To cultivate sensitivity to these subtle instructions, mindfulness must extend beyond meditation into daily living. Every moment becomes a practice in listening. Instead of rushing to interpret, you observe quietly. You begin to sense when energy flows smoothly and when it contracts. Synchronicity always flows through ease, never through strain. When your actions arise from alignment, doors open effortlessly. When they arise from egoic will, resistance appears. Learning to read this difference is a master key. This practice eventually evolves into intuitive living. Intuition is simply the inner perception of synchronicity before it manifests outwardly. It's the quiet knowing that precedes visible alignment. When you trust this knowing, you act before logic can argue. And when your action is rooted in awareness, it aligns naturally with the larger flow. Over time, you begin to see that intuition and synchronicity are two sides of the same Dharma, one internal, one external. The mind often seeks proof of this connection, but awareness doesn't need proof. It experiences synchronicity directly, not as belief, but as observation. To the untrained eye, events appear random. To the awakened, they form a continuous mandala of meaning. The difference is not in the world, but in perception. When you live with open awareness, you discover that life has been speaking this language since the beginning. You just hadn't learned to listen. Synchronicity also redefines your relationship with purpose. The ego's idea of purpose is linear. It says, I must go there, achieve this. But the Dharma's purpose is dynamic. It unfolds moment by moment, revealed through alignment. Each coincidence, each redirection, each meeting becomes part of your calling. Purpose stops being a destination and becomes a dialogue. You no longer chase meaning, you collaborate with it. As you deepen in this awareness, gratitude becomes spontaneous. You stop needing extraordinary events to feel blessed. A conversation, a sudden rain, a silence at the right time, all feel sacred because they reflect perfect timing. Life becomes less about effort and more about participation. You stop trying to create synchronicity and start living as it. There is a profound peace in realizing that guidance never ceases. Even when nothing seems to align, the silence itself is communication. Sometimes the Dharma whispers, not through signs, but through stillness, asking you to rest, to stop seeking messages, and simply be. Synchronicity doesn't always mean movement. Sometimes it means pause. The same intelligence that arranges stars also arranges silence, Trusting that rhythm is the essence of surrender. When you live this way, you start to feel as if life breathes with you. The boundary between your decisions and destiny dissolves. You are not separate from the orchestration. You are its melody in motion. Every coincidence becomes confirmation that awareness and existence are one continuous flow. The question changes from "Why is this happening?" to "What harmony is life playing now?" This sensitivity to synchronicity is the flowering of trust. It's the natural continuation of surrender into intimacy. You're no longer an observer of Dharma, you are its expression. You walk through life not seeking signs, but recognizing that everything is a sign. The world becomes your teacher, your friend, your mirror. Every moment speaks, and you, with quiet awareness, finally understand the language. In the end, synchronicity is not about prediction or control. It's about communion. It's how the universe and your consciousness dance together. When the ego dissolves, this dance becomes effortless. You stop trying to lead and let the rhythm carry you. Each step becomes both spontaneous and guided, both free and aligned. And in that balance, you discover what the Buddha called the middle way. Not too passive, not too forceful, simply awake to what is. So the next time life redirects you, pay attention. The delay, the coincidence, the unexpected encounter, they are not interruptions. They are the Dharma speaking softly through the details. Trust that whisper. It may not shout, it may not explain, but it always leads you exactly where you need to go. And when you finally stop searching for signs and start living as awareness itself, you'll realize the truth. Life was never silent. You simply hadn't yet learned to hear its sacred rhythm. When you start hearing the universe through synchronicity, life no longer feels random. The symbols, the patterns, the quiet nudges, all show you that there is intelligence everywhere. Yet even this stage, as radiant as it is, eventually reveals its limit. Because as long as you still look for signs, you are still relating to life as something separate from yourself. You're still trusting something, trusting the process, the universe, or the flow. But there comes a point on the path when even these concepts fall away. What remains is trust without object, faith not in something, but in nothing. Not the nothing of emptiness as lack, but the nothing that contains everything. This is the rarest and most liberating form of surrender, resting in pure, objectless awareness. At first, this can feel unsettling. The mind, conditioned to grasp onto meaning, asks, if I stop trusting the process, what do I trust? The answer cannot be spoken. It can only be experienced. Trust without object is not belief. It's not an attitude or philosophy. It is the effortless resting of consciousness in itself, without reference to anything external or internal. It's the stillness that exists before thoughts arise and after they pass. It's the awareness that watches even faith itself dissolve. In ordinary trust, there's always a duality. You, the one who trusts, and the object you trust in. That duality sustains a subtle form of separation. The moment there is an I that trusts something out there, the ego quietly reappears, holding the hand of faith like a child clutching a toy for comfort. Objectless trust begins when even that toy drops. It's the moment you stop leaning on reassurance and begin to rest in raw awareness, unsupported, unprotected, yet completely free. This state is not reached through effort, but through exhaustion, when the seeker has sought everything and found that nothing lasts. After trusting people, plans, teachings, outcomes, even the idea of trust itself, you finally reach the point where nothing can hold you. At first, this seems like loss. The heart feels stripped bare. Yet what's truly happening is revelation. The structures of belief collapse, and what remains is consciousness, formless, boundaryless, luminous in its own presence. The Buddha spoke of this as the raft that must be left behind. The teachings, the practices, even the understanding of cause and effect are stepping stones, not destinations. When you cross the river of becoming, you must let go of the raft of knowledge. Objectless trust is that moment of stepping off the raft with no ground beneath you, realizing that you were never crossing anything at all. The river, the raft, and the one crossing were all movements within awareness. The mind cannot grasp this because the mind lives by comparison. It needs opposites to define meaning. Trust versus doubt, presence versus absence. But objectless awareness dissolves all opposites. It doesn't belong to either side. It is the space that holds both. When you rest in that space, trust stops being something you do. It becomes what you are. It's no longer a stance toward life. It's the quality of consciousness itself. To enter this state, all forms of conceptual security must die. Even the idea of a spiritual journey fades. You no longer seek to arrive anywhere because you see that arrival and departure were illusions created by thought. The self that wanted to trust dissolves along with the self that feared. In the absence of both, awareness shines on its own. That shining is not personal. It doesn't belong to you. It is the same awareness that existed before you were born and will remain after you die. In the earlier stages of practice, you learn to trust the process because it teaches you surrender. But trusting the process still implies a process to be trusted. Objectless trust is beyond even that. It's not surrendering to something, it's surrendering of everything. The distinction is subtle but absolute. In surrendering to something, there remains an I offering itself. In surrendering of everything, even that I dissolves. What remains is awareness without center or circumference, boundless and still. In this stillness, peace no longer depends on conditions. It doesn't come from faith, hope, or the promise of meaning. It's not the calm of belief, it's the calm of being. It cannot be broken because it was never made. It's not cultivated, it's uncovered. Every concept of self, time, and causation falls away, revealing the simplicity that has always been present. The paradox is that you've never been apart from this state. It's the background of every experience. The work of the Dharma is simply to remove the veils that obscure it. When trust becomes objectless, fear loses its foundation. Fear arises only in relation to an other, a future event, a potential loss, an unknown outcome. But when there is no other, fear has nowhere to attach. What remains is open presence, neither clinging nor resisting. This is why advanced practitioners describe the void not as emptiness, but as fullness. It's not the absence of existence, it's the presence of infinite potential. From this perspective, the void is not to be feared, but revered. It's the womb of all creation. The transition into this state often feels like falling. The ego interprets the loss of reference points as danger. It says, if there's nothing to hold, I will disappear. And it's right. The self that needs control does disappear, but what replaces it isn't annihilation, it's vastness. You don't fall into nothing, you fall into truth. Awareness doesn't need anchors to exist. It supports itself effortlessly, like a flame that burns without fuel. Objectless trust also transforms your relationship with experience. When you live from belief, you constantly interpret events as proof or threat. When you live from awareness, experience loses the power to confirm or deny anything. Things simply are. A good day and a bad day hold the same silence beneath them. Gain and loss cease to define you. The universe no longer feels like something to trust or distrust. It simply unfolds, and you unfold with it. This state cannot be manufactured through effort. Effort implies a doer, and the doer is precisely what dissolves here. The only practice is noticing what remains when effort stops. When you stop trying to maintain trust, what's left is awareness itself, the silent observer of the rise and fall of every thought, emotion, and sensation. This observer doesn't participate, it just shines. It's untouched by success or failure, progress or regression. It is the pure witness, always present, always free. At this level, even the concept of enlightenment fades. To say, I am enlightened, would be absurd, because there is no I left to claim it. Awareness simply knows itself. There's no separation between the knower and the known. This is the true meaning of non-duality, not an idea, but an experience beyond the reach of ideas. Many spiritual traditions describe this as the final letting go. It's not dramatic. It's quiet, almost ordinary. There's no sense of attainment, because attainment belongs to the realm of effort. What arises instead is simplicity, a life lived without reference to gain or loss, without need for validation or direction. It's not detachment in the cold sense, it's intimacy without boundaries. You no longer stand apart from life to observe it. You are life observing itself. The beauty of this state is its humility. It doesn't need recognition. It doesn't try to teach or prove. It lives naturally, responding spontaneously to circumstances without the interference of self-concern. This spontaneity is the hallmark of freedom. When action arises directly from awareness, it carries no residue. There's no anxiety about outcome, no pride in success. You act, the action completes, and silence resumes. It's effortless participation in the flow of existence. From the outside, this may look like detachment, but it's actually the deepest form of connection. Without the filters of ego and expectation, reality appears as it truly is, vivid, intimate, alive. You don't need to interpret or assign meaning. Every moment is self-explanatory. Even pain loses its drama. It becomes sensation passing through the field of awareness. Joy, too, loses the need to be clung to. Pleasure and pain are both waves in the same sea, equally sacred, equally fleeting. Trust without object also ends the search for spiritual certainty. You no longer ask, "Am I on the right path?" because there is no path separate from you. Every moment becomes the path. You no longer need signs or assurances because the division between you and the universe has dissolved. The one who was seeking confirmation merges with the intelligence that was guiding the search all along. What's left is the simplicity of being, silent, vast, self-sufficient. This state doesn't isolate you from the world. In fact, it makes you more compassionate. When the illusion of self dissolves, you no longer perceive others as separate entities. Their pain is felt as your own, not out of pity, but out of recognition. Compassion flows naturally because the boundary between giver and receiver no longer exists. Helping others becomes as effortless as breathing. It's simply the expression of awareness responding to itself. It's important to understand that objectless trust is not a goal to achieve, but a truth to uncover. You can't strive toward it because striving assumes separation. The only way there is through surrender. Each layer of letting go, of identity, of belief, of expectation, reveals a deeper level of stillness. Eventually, even the desire for stillness dissolves, and what remains is just awareness, luminous and empty of ownership. In the void, you realize something profound. Awareness doesn't need a reason to exist. It doesn't arise to accomplish or understand. It simply is. Its existence knowing itself without purpose or direction. This realization liberates you from the last remnant of seeking. You stop asking why altogether. The need for explanation evaporates. You live not to understand life, but to express it. As this deep surrender stabilizes, your presence becomes effortless. Words, actions, and silence all arise naturally, without calculation. The body moves, the world changes, yet awareness remains unchanged. You're no longer trying to maintain peace. It's already there. Even chaos unfolds inside that peace without disturbing it. This is why the masters seem serene no matter what happens. Their serenity isn't emotional calm, it's the unshakable recognition that nothing ever touches awareness. Eventually, even the concept of trust disappears. You no longer say, "I trust," because the act of trusting requires an opposite, distrust, to give it meaning. In objectless awareness, opposites lose their polarity. There's no need to trust because there's no possibility of mistrust. Reality simply is. The play of birth and death, gain and loss, love and grief, all happen within this vast neutrality. And yet, this neutrality is not cold, it's radiant. It loves without reason, supports without condition, and shines without effort. To live from this space is to live free from fear, not because you've conquered fear, but because the one who could be afraid no longer holds center stage. You still feel emotions, but they pass through you like wind through open sky. You still act in the world, but your actions arise from stillness, not from striving. You no longer ask life to make sense because you see that life itself is sense, complete, unbroken, perfect in its impermanence. And so, trust without object becomes the purest expression of the Dharma. It's the silence that contains all teachings, the stillness behind every movement, the awareness that existed before there was a seeker to search. When you rest here, you no longer need to trust the process, because the process and the one trusting have become one seamless flow. The universe no longer guides you, it is you in motion. In this realization, the journey comes full circle. The path, the seeker, the teachings, even the idea of awakening, all dissolve into the same boundless field. Nothing is lost, and yet nothing remains to be held. You breathe, and that breath is the universe breathing itself. You live, and life lives through you. There is no effort left to make, no lesson left to learn, only the quiet brilliance of awareness resting as itself. That is trust beyond all objects. That is the stillness beyond the path. It is what the masters meant when they said, "The way is not elsewhere, it is here." And when you finally rest in this here-ness, you discover the ultimate secret. You were never falling into the void. You were the void all along, silent, eternal, awake. When awareness finally rests in itself, untouched by the need to trust anything outside or even within, a new paradox arises. Life goes quiet. Movement slows. The dramatic unfolding of transformation seems to stop. After so much growth, surrender, and expansion, you reach a place that feels like stillness. The mind starts to wonder, have I stopped evolving? Have I lost the path? Nothing seems to change, nothing new arrives, and yet, deep down, something subtle hums beneath the surface. This is where the sacred art of non-progress begins. It's the stage where standing still becomes the most profound form of movement, where what looks like stagnation is actually invisible ripening. Human beings are addicted to motion. The ego finds identity in forward movement. Goals achieved, lessons learned, experiences gathered. It measures worth through visible progress. But when you enter the deeper stages of awakening, the universe begins to dissolve that addiction. It takes away visible markers and forces you into the silence of being. This is not regression, it's integration. Growth has shifted from the outer world of action to the inner world of stillness. You're no longer expanding outward, you're deepening inward. At first, this feels uncomfortable. The mind that once thrived on spiritual pursuit suddenly has nothing to do. You sit in meditation and nothing happens. You read sacred texts, but they don't move you like before. You feel neither lost nor found, just suspended. The ego calls this stagnation, but awareness calls it purification. The stillness is not emptiness, it's absorption. The wave has returned to the ocean and is learning how to rest without seeking to rise again. In Buddhism, this stage is known as upekkha, the state of equanimity. It's the balance that comes when striving ceases. For the ordinary mind, stillness looks like a pause. But in truth, stillness is the ultimate movement because it contains all directions within it. The silence of non-progress is not the absence of growth. It's growth beyond appearance. The ego can't see it because it no longer fits into measurable patterns. Awareness, however, knows that something profound is stabilizing beneath the surface. The transformation from effortful awakening to effortless being. To understand sacred non-progress, you have to release your definition of evolution. Spiritual progress is not a staircase leading upward. It's a spiral that revisits the same ground from higher clarity each time. There will be moments when the spiral seems to stop, but that pause is where assimilation happens. You are digesting lifetimes of experience. The energy that once moved outward now turns inward to refine, balance, and integrate. In that apparent standstill, understanding matures into wisdom. The challenge of this stage lies in the mind's impatience. The ego whispers, "You should be doing more. You're stuck." It interprets silence as failure because it can't comprehend stillness without purpose. But the Dharma teaches that being still is not being stuck. It's allowing alignment. Just as the earth rests between seasons, consciousness needs intervals of dormancy to sustain its flowering. If you refuse to rest, your growth becomes forced, and forced growth always collapses under its own tension. This is why the masters value stillness more than accomplishment. They understand that enlightenment is not measured by activity, but by transparency, the degree to which awareness shines unobstructed. When you stop chasing change, clarity settles like sediment, sinking in water. The mind becomes clear without effort. You start to see that movement was never the path. Awareness itself was. Sacred non-progress invites you to trust stillness as an active teacher. In ordinary life, teachers speak through instruction. In awakening, stillness speaks through silence. It teaches you how to be without definition, how to rest without reason. When you stop trying to fix or improve yourself, you begin to notice that awareness was never broken. It didn't need to advance, it only needed to be recognized. The ego resists this because it thrives on self-improvement. It measures spirituality the same way it measures success, through change, through achievement, through comparison. But awakening dismantles that paradigm. It shows you that peace doesn't come from improvement, but from realization. You don't need to become more enlightened. You need to see that enlightenment was never missing. Sacred non-progress is the resting place of that realization. In this space, everything unnecessary falls away. You begin to feel the simplicity of being alive without narrative. Life continues as before, breathing, walking, speaking, but without the undercurrent of striving. You stop evaluating every moment as good or bad, forward or backward. Awareness begins to operate effortlessly, no longer judging experience, but allowing it to flow through. This is the true flowering of meditation, not sitting in silence to achieve something, but sitting because silence itself is fulfillment. To remain in this stage requires subtle faith, the kind that doesn't depend on results. The world values visible productivity. You're praised for motion and questioned for rest. But the Dharma honors stillness as sacred labor, the invisible work of dissolving illusion. Every moment you rest in awareness without trying to change it, you weaken the roots of craving. Craving is what keeps samsara spinning. Stillness, therefore, is not passive, it's revolutionary. It breaks the habit of endless becoming. Sacred non-progress is also an invitation to surrender to natural rhythm. Existence moves in cycles. Inhale and exhale, day and night, birth and death. Progress is just one half of that rhythm. Stillness is the other. When you resist the pause, you fight half of life. But when you accept it, you re-enter balance. In that balance, you discover that the pause is not absence, it's completion. This understanding transforms your relationship with time. The linear notion of past, present, and future fades, replaced by a deeper perception of eternal now. When you no longer seek to move forward, you begin to experience timelessness. You realize that everything you've been striving toward already exists here in this very breath. Progress was never about distance, it was about depth. When you go deep enough into now, all destinations collapse into presence. The experience of sacred non-progress also refines humility. When you realize that you can't force awakening, arrogance dissolves. You see that life moves by its own intelligence, not by your will. This humility is not weakness, it's wisdom. It's the understanding that awareness is not something you manage, it's something you surrender to. The mind doesn't awaken awareness. Awareness awakens through the mind once resistance ceases. In these still seasons, the temptation to act prematurely is strong. The ego, uncomfortable with inactivity, tries to manufacture meaning. It tells you to change practices, seek new teachers, or reinvent your spiritual identity. But this restlessness is just fear wearing a mask. True maturity means allowing yourself to be unproductive in the eyes of the world while profound transformation unfolds quietly within. You begin to sense that silence has its own timing. When you no longer equate stillness with stagnation, you start to perceive the depth of subtle movement happening even when nothing seems to change. The heart opens in quiet ways. Awareness expands without effort. Old identities dissolve softly, without drama. This invisible transformation is the most authentic because it's not driven by the ego's ambition. It's guided by the rhythm of the Dharma itself, the natural intelligence of being. You start to understand that the idea of progress belongs to time, but awakening belongs to timelessness. As long as you measure your evolution, you remain bound by comparison. But awareness is beyond measurement. It doesn't move from lesser to greater. It simply unveils what has always been true. The art of sacred non-progress is learning to live from that unveiled truth without needing to call it achievement. At this point, even the concept of spiritual growth begins to dissolve. Growth implies a direction, a goal, a destination. Awareness, however, is already whole. Nothing can be added to it, and nothing can be taken away. The sense of progress was useful when you needed motivation, but now it becomes another illusion to transcend. The Dharma's highest teaching is not become, but be. And to be fully, without needing to become, is the rarest form of maturity. In this non-progressive awakening, joy becomes quieter but deeper. It's not the ecstatic joy of breakthrough, it's the steady joy of presence. You stop seeking spiritual highs because you see they are just another cycle of craving. Contentment replaces excitement. This contentment is not indifference, it's freedom from the need for novelty. You no longer chase change because you've discovered peace in what doesn't move. This kind of peace cannot be shaken by circumstance. Because it's not built on success, it can't be destroyed by failure. It doesn't depend on outer harmony because it's rooted in inner stillness. When you stand perfectly still, the world keeps moving, but you are no longer moved by it. This is not apathy. It's liberation from reaction. Life continues to unfold, but you meet it from a state of unbroken awareness. The beauty of sacred non-progress is that it restores innocence. Without goals to chase or identities to protect, you rediscover simplicity. You see the world without interpretation, like a child seeing rain for the first time. You live without agenda. Every moment becomes fresh, unfiltered, whole. That freshness is the essence of awakening. It's the state of mind unclouded by comparison, unburdened by memory. From here, you begin to act not because you need to improve anything, but because the impulse of life itself moves through you. Action becomes expression, not strategy. You do what arises naturally, without anxiety about result. This is effortless living, the middle way between passivity and striving. You're not waiting for enlightenment anymore. You're embodying it in the still rhythm of ordinary life. Sacred non-progress also deepens compassion. When you no longer measure yourself by achievement, you stop measuring others too. You see everyone's path as sacred, regardless of pace or appearance. You recognize that those who seem stagnant may be integrating, healing, or preparing for deeper awakening. You stop judging and start honoring the invisible processes that move beneath the surface of every soul. As stillness continues, a subtle clarity dawns. You begin to sense that movement and rest were never opposites. They are two expressions of the same consciousness. Whether you're meditating in silence or walking through chaos, awareness remains unmoved. This realization marks the maturity of insight. You no longer seek balance, you are balance. Over time, even the feeling of stillness disappears because the distinction between stillness and movement dissolves. Awareness no longer alternates between doing and being. It recognizes that both are expressions of the same source. The one who once practiced the art of sacred non-progress vanishes, leaving only the art itself, life happening spontaneously, perfectly, without reference to progress or regression. This stage cannot be described as attainment, because there is no attainer left. It's the quiet end of striving, the point where practice fulfills itself through the absence of effort. You stop looking for awakening and start living as it. There's nothing dramatic about it. It feels ordinary, like breathing. But within that ordinariness lies something extraordinary. Peace that doesn't come and go. Sacred non-progress teaches that the greatest movement of all is the movement into stillness. It's the realization that standing still doesn't mean nothing is happening. It means everything is happening through you instead of by you. When you reach this understanding, even stagnation becomes sacred. Waiting becomes wisdom. Silence becomes song. And then, without trying, you notice something subtle. The peace you once searched for has always been here. The stillness you feared as emptiness is fullness beyond measure. You finally understand that enlightenment was never about reaching a higher state, but about recognizing the holiness of the state you're already in. This is the art of sacred non-progress, the wisdom of stopping without quitting, the grace of stillness that moves without motion, the deep truth that awakening doesn't happen through doing, but through being. And when you fully see that, you realize the path hasn't ended. It has simply dissolved into presence. There is nowhere left to go, because you are already home. When the path dissolves into stillness, and you begin to rest in the peace of simply being, something subtle stirs again. Out of that vast silence, a faint current arises, the whisper of wanting. It might come disguised as inspiration, longing, or curiosity, but beneath its gentle tone hides a deeper force: desire. Even after awakening to the wisdom of non-progress, desire can quietly return, asking for just one more experience, one more understanding, one more touch of fulfillment. It feels harmless at first, almost natural, yet it carries the seed of detour. Because the moment wanting reappears, movement begins again, not the organic flow of awareness, but the restless motion of clinging. This is the detour of desire, the subtle return to samsara, hidden behind the illusion of progress. Desire itself is not the problem. Life breathes through desire. Every creation, every act of kindness, every movement of the heart begins as a form of wanting. But what turns desire into bondage is attachment, the belief that fulfillment lies somewhere other than here. The Buddha called this tanha, the craving that fuels the wheel of becoming. As long as the mind believes happiness is elsewhere, it runs in circles. The instant you grasp at something, you affirm the illusion that you lack something. That illusion creates distance between you and your own completeness. After the serenity of sacred non-progress, this re-emergence of wanting can feel confusing. You may think, I thought I was free of craving. Why do I still feel pulled towards something? The answer lies in understanding that awakening doesn't end desire, it transforms your relationship with it. The ego desires to gain. Awareness desires only to express. When desire serves expression, it flows like art. When it seeks possession, it becomes suffering. The detour of desire happens when you forget this distinction and start chasing outcomes again, mistaking movement for meaning. Desire is energy, it's creative by nature. But when directed by ego rather than awareness, it becomes entangling. Every time you want something specific, you bind yourself to conditions. You say, I will be at peace when this happens. That statement divides existence into now and later, here and there. Instantly, the timeless flow of presence collapses into the narrow tunnel of expectation. You lose the wholeness of being because your mind contracts around the imagined future. The more you cling to outcomes, the more the present feels insufficient. The great paradox of spiritual life is that desire can both awaken and delay you. In the beginning, desire for truth propels the search. Without it, you wouldn't move at all. But once the search has served its purpose, continuing to desire enlightenment keeps you from realizing it. The seeker remains because seeking continues. The detour of desire is precisely this: mistaking the energy that began the journey for the destination itself. You start to worship the longing rather than dissolving into the awareness behind it. When you cling to outcomes, whether they're material goals, emotional states, or even spiritual experiences, you create resistance to the natural flow of karma. Karma isn't punishment, it's balance. It moves like water, finding equilibrium through every situation. But attachment creates friction, blocking that flow. You start trying to direct the current instead of letting it guide you. Every time you say, "I want this," you unconsciously reject what is. That rejection keeps you looping through the same lessons until you finally surrender. Desire also obscures perception. When you want something intensely, you stop seeing clearly. The mind bends reality to fit its expectations. You overlook signs, ignore intuition, and project meaning where none exists. This blindness leads to detours, relationships that repeat old karma, opportunities that seem bright but drain your energy, goals that feed the ego instead of the soul. Awareness doesn't create such confusion, clinging does. When you release wanting, clarity returns effortlessly because your perception is no longer filtered by preference. Buddhism often describes this cycle through the metaphor of fire. Craving burns. It consumes what it touches, leaving only more hunger behind. You satisfy one desire only to feel another arise. The fire never extinguishes through feeding. It goes out only through understanding. When you see the mechanism clearly, the craving loses its grip. You stop running toward or away and begin resting in the middle. That middle is not indifference. It's balance. The freedom to experience life without being ruled by it. Desire feeds on absence. The more you believe something is missing, the stronger wanting grows. But awareness reveals that nothing was ever missing. It was only unseen. When you are anchored in presence, desire loses its fuel because wholeness replaces lack. This is why enlightened beings still act, still create, still love, but without anxiety. Their actions arise from fullness, not from hunger. They express rather than chase. That is the purest form of movement. Desire transformed into devotion. For most people, the subtle form of desire hides behind noble masks. It appears as spiritual ambition, wanting to awaken faster, to feel perpetual peace, to understand truth completely. These longings seem virtuous, but they still carry attachment. You want enlightenment the way others want wealth or fame, something to possess, something to confirm identity. Yet the truth cannot be possessed. The more you seek to own it, the further it moves from reach. Because awareness is not an object, it reveals itself only when the grasping hand relaxes. The detour of desire can also appear through comparison. You begin measuring your progress against others who seems calmer, wiser, more evolved. Comparison is desire's silent cousin. It doesn't ask for things, it asks for superiority. But both are forms of clinging to outcomes. Comparison divides unity into hierarchy. It blinds you to the uniqueness of your path. Karma unfolds individually, precisely, according to each person's readiness. The moment you wish your timing were different, you interfere with your own unfolding. Desire thrives on illusion, and its favorite illusion is control. The ego believes that through enough willpower, it can shape reality into comfort. But every act of control reinforces the same separation that causes suffering. Life cannot be controlled because it is not external. It is you. When you realize this, control becomes unnecessary. You begin to act without attachment to result, not because you're detached, but because you trust the intelligence of the whole. That trust ends the detour because it dissolves the tension between wanting and having. The subtle lesson here is that desire doesn't always manifest as chasing pleasure. It can also appear as avoiding pain. The craving for comfort and the fear of discomfort are two sides of the same coin. When you resist unwanted experiences, you're still trapped in desire for their absence. But pain avoided is pain prolonged. Karma doesn't disappear through avoidance. It transforms through acceptance. When you stop rejecting discomfort, it completes its purpose and passes naturally. The way out of the detour is not suppression. Suppressing desire only buries it deeper, where it becomes shadow. The key is awareness, seeing desire without judgment. When you observe the wanting directly, without acting on it or pushing it away, its energy purifies. The mind quiets because the struggle ends. Awareness is like sunlight. It doesn't fight darkness, it reveals it. Once seen clearly, craving loses its hypnotic power. Desire also exposes the illusion of future. Wanting always points forward. It says fulfillment lies in the next moment, but the future is never here. When you live in the promise of later, you abandon now. Every time you postpone peace, you reinforce the habit of waiting. The Dharma teaches that awakening is not found in time, it's found in timelessness. When you stop projecting into tomorrow, you return to the eternal presence that was never incomplete. Awareness doesn't reject desire, it liberates it. When craving dissolves, desire doesn't disappear, it becomes transparent. You still move, act, and create, but without clinging. Desire becomes like wind passing through open space. It moves without leaving residue. This is why awakened beings seem calm even in action. They no longer confuse motion with meaning. Their energy flows because it's free from attachment. You may wonder why desire returns even after deep realization. The reason is simple. Conditioning is ancient. Lifetimes of craving cannot vanish instantly. Awareness erases identification with desire, but the echo still arises. The difference is that you no longer mistake the echo for truth. You can feel longing without believing it defines you. This ability to hold desire lightly is the hallmark of maturity. It's the difference between being moved by desire and being driven by it. In the karmic view, clinging delays becoming because it binds energy that would otherwise evolve freely. Karma seeks balance, but attachment freezes it. Every I want creates a knot that must untie itself through experience. This is why life keeps presenting you with what you cling to until you release it. You're not being punished, you're being shown where you're still bound. Each unfulfilled desire is a mirror reflecting the limits of your freedom. Eventually, you begin to see that the root of all desire is the longing to return to wholeness. Every external craving is a distorted expression of that single impulse. When you understand this, desire becomes less personal. You stop judging yourself for wanting and start tracing each longing back to its essence, the yearning to know yourself as complete. Once you touch that completeness directly, all desires fold back into stillness. The paradox is that only when you stop chasing fulfillment does fulfillment reveal itself. When you stop needing life to meet your conditions, you discover that peace was never conditional. It was obscured by the smoke of craving. The detour ends the moment you stop walking toward happiness and start recognizing that happiness was the ground beneath every step. The transformation of desire doesn't mean abandoning life or passion. It means relating to them from awareness rather than identification. You can enjoy beauty, love deeply, work with devotion, but without clinging to outcomes. You no longer say, "I will be happy when." You say, "I am whole now, and this experience is simply an expression of that wholeness." When you live this way, every action becomes sacred because it arises from completeness, not from need. Desire, when purified, becomes compassion. Instead of wanting to receive, you start wanting to give, not to earn merit, but because giving feels natural. Awareness expresses itself as generosity. You realize that true satisfaction comes not from acquiring, but from allowing the flow of life to move through you unobstructed. The energy that once fueled craving now fuels service. The same fire that burned with attachment becomes warmth that nurtures others. When you master this understanding, the entire structure of wanting collapses. You no longer desire enlightenment because you see it's not something to get. You no longer desire control because you see there was never a separate self to control anything. Desire itself becomes transparent, like glass, present but invisible. You move through life freely, guided not by need but by harmony. At this stage, life feels effortless. Decisions arise naturally, without struggle. You no longer analyze whether something aligns with your path. You sense it instantly. That clarity is not intuition in the mystical sense. It's the absence of distortion. Without desire, perception becomes clean. You move as awareness moves, without pause, without resistance. This is the true flow, not chasing outcomes, but allowing existence to express itself through you. The end of the detour of desire is not the end of longing. It's its transformation into love. Love is the purest form of desire because it seeks not to possess, but to unite. It doesn't say, "I want you." It says, "I am you." When all wanting merges into that recognition, separation dissolves. What remains is simple presence, radiant and whole. You stop wanting to become because you realize you already are. And so, the detour completes itself. Desire, once seen as an obstacle, becomes a teacher, the force that brought you into movement, that led you through illusion, and that ultimately returns you to stillness. When you see this clearly, you no longer fight desire or obey it. You let it pass through awareness like wind through open sky. That sky is your true nature, boundless, unaffected, always free. In that realization, you understand the secret. Wanting delays becoming because it hides the truth that there is nowhere to become. The journey you thought was ahead of you has always been unfolding within you. The destination you sought was never in time. It was in timeless presence. And when desire finally bows to that truth, becoming is complete, not through movement, but through stillness, not through attainment, but through recognition. This is how the detour ends, not by reaching further, but by stopping completely, by letting every craving return to the stillness from which it came. What remains is freedom that cannot be desired because it was never absent. In that freedom, you live, act, love, and give, not as someone seeking wholeness, but as wholeness itself, unfolding moment by moment, endlessly fulfilled. Every detour, every pause, every unanswered question has been guiding you toward this truth. Nothing in your path was ever wasted. The delays protected you, the confusion shaped you, the losses refined you. What felt like falling apart was life rearranging itself around your awakening. The Dharma doesn't make mistakes. It moves in perfect rhythm, even when you can't hear the beat. To trust the process is not to wait passively. It's to walk with open eyes through uncertainty, to see wisdom hiding in delay, to let go of control and let life unfold as your greatest teacher. Every turn, even the ones you resisted, brought you closer to clarity. You were never off track. You were being redirected toward your own becoming. So wherever you are right now, take a deep breath and remember, you're not behind. You're right on time. The road you're walking is sacred, and the destination has been within you since the beginning. If this journey spoke to you, share your reflection in the comments. What lesson hit deepest for you? Which detour taught you the most? Your words might be exactly what someone else needs to hear today.